Chapter 1551. Demonic Wheel Corrosion. In an instant, monstrous demonic energy spread out from Old Man Great Desolation's body. Then, it condensed into a black ball of light above his head. From afar, it looked like a black sun. Obviously, he was going all out. He wanted to use the demonic wheel corrosion technique to cover the terrifying divine flames brought by the Emperor Seal. Me Luo, just give up. You've lived for so long, it's time to end it. Old Man Great Desolation's remnant soul had a determined expression as he desperately burned the last bit of his remnant soul to activate the divine might in the Emperor Seal. Boom! 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 With his sacrifice, the Emperor Seal once again erupted with tens of thousands of rays of divine light. At the same time, dragon roars rang out endlessly, and the divine sound was deafening. 8 dragon-shaped divine flames descended and directly pierced through the black ball of light that enveloped below. In the end, it landed on Old Man Great Desolation. No, I can't die here. When Demon General Mi Luo sensed the destructive aura, he finally could not help but roar, I can't accept this. You lowly humans, the kings of the devil world will descend upon the demonic land, flatten your plane, and enslave you forever. Boom! As the 8 dragon-shaped divine flames descended, all the demonic energy in the hall was wiped out, including Old Man Great Desolation's body. Amidst the miserable and shrill cries, Old Man Great Desolation's last trace of relief sounded. It's over! His last trace of remnant soul was about to be destroyed. At that moment, a ray of divine light suddenly landed on his remnant soul. At the same time, Yi Chen's voice sounded. What other last wishes do you have? Why don't you tell me? I'll do it for you if I have the chance in the future. Although Old Man Great Desolation came from the outer realm, he was considered a big shot in the spirit world when he was alive. For the sake of a small plane like Earth, he did not hesitate to leave behind such a method to eliminate this demon general. Under the nourishment of the divine light, Old Man Great Desolation took one last look at the hall as if he was reminiscing. Subsequently, his old voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. If you have the chance to ascend to the spirit world in the future, please visit my granddaughter in the Great Desolation world. I left quietly back then. I wonder how that child is now. Young friend, my granddaughter's name is Shui Yao. Yi Chen thought to himself, I'll remember that. Old Man Great Desolation glanced at everyone and looked at the Emperor Seal above his head that had lost its divine glow. Eventually, his gaze landed on Yi Chen and the other 2. Forget it, I'll fulfill your wish. He waved his sleeve as soon as he was done speaking. Yi Chen and the other 2 felt their vision blur. Subsequently, they entered a hazy space. The space was boundless and chaotic. It was difficult to see beyond 5 meters. Yi Chen frowned slightly as he was inside. He extended his divine consciousness immediately in an attempt to see through the space. There's no need to look. This is the space inside the Sovereign Seal. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Then, a figure appeared before Yi Chen. That figure seemed to be a black-clothed old man with a mustache. Coupled with his eyes that were like mung beans, he gave off a shifty-eyed feeling. Yi Chen frowned. Your great Emperor Shen Yuan. Hee, although I want to say yes, I don't have the guts. Meeting his gaze, the black-clothed old man chuckled. I'm just the artifact spirit of this Emperor Seal. I once followed the great Emperor. You can call me Old Fan. Yi Chen said, Why did you take me into this Emperor Seal space? Of course I saw something. Old Fan grinned and looked at him with a faint smile. There's a familiar aura on you. If I'm not wrong, it's the aura of the great Emperor's confidant back then. Yi Chen frowned, confidant. Back then, the great Emperor was peerless. Naturally, there were countless suitors. Among them, there was a woman who was the most determined. In the end, she even sacrificed herself for the great Emperor to seal that ancient, immortal, As he stroked his mustache, he began to gossip. Then he smiled bitterly. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this. Now, let's talk about my conditions. A fixed price. He extended 3 fingers with a smile. From now on, you need to find 3 pure young spirit veins for me every year for me to devour. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Why? Old Fan rubbed his hands and said while smiling, That's why I'm willing to follow you. Yi Chen smiled too. Did I say I want you to follow me? Old Fan was speechless. At the same time, in the other 2 Emperor Seal spaces, Huang Fuyu knelt on the ground respectfully and said to Old Fan, Old Fan, I'm a member of the Huangfu family of the 8 Xianyuan clans. Please choose me, help me obtain the Xianyuan sword, inherit the great emperor's inheritance, and eliminate everything. He had planned for this day for a long time. He had even severed his cultivation base and dropped from void refinement to perfected soul formation. This was because the Emperor's Seal and the Xianyuan sword were both items of the Great Emperor, and they were symbols of status. Once he obtained them, not only would he obtain the recognition of the Inshu Realm Guardian, he would also obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance and know where the ancient immortal was sealed. At that moment, Old Fan was not convinced by his previous wretched appearance. He said with a dignified and indifferent expression, Since you're the descendant of the Great Emperor, there's no need to be so polite. Before deciding who the Emperor's Seal belongs to, you have to write a word in front of me. Old Fan, please tell me what word it is. Huang Fuyu nodded slightly. Old Fan stroked his mustache and coughed. The word human. Although Huang Fuyu was extremely puzzled, he still nodded his head. He took a deep breath, used his finger as a brush, and wrote the character human in the air with vigorous strokes. Old Fan squinted and took a few looks before nodding to himself. Meanwhile, in the space where Yi Chen was, Old Fan almost knelt to Yi Chen. Little brother, please do a good deed. Please write a word. My mission will be completed after you're done. He really lost his temper with Yi Chen. Countless people dreamed of being the inheritor of the Emperor's Seal. However, when it came to Yi Chen, it was like a rock in the toilet. It was smelly and hard. Yi Chen could not argue with him. He wrote the word human casually and said, Old thing, let me out. Don't make me angry. Old Fan stared at the word he wrote. The cynical smile on his face disappeared immediately. He then bowed to Yi Chen solemnly. Greetings, master. The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. What's going on? Old man, did you extort me? Old Fan chuckled. Of course, master passed the test, left behind by the great emperor. In another space, Huang Fuyu said with a ferocious expression, Why? I'm the descendant of the great Emperor Xianyuan. Why did you choose an outsider? His gentle and handsome face no longer existed. No one knew what he was feeling at that moment. He thought that he was determined to get the Emperor's Seal. Never did he expect that it would benefit Yi Chen, his former enemy. Chapter 1552. It's not like that. It's definitely not like that. Old Fan, tell me, it's definitely not like that, right? Huang Fuyu was on the verge of roaring, his handsome face a little distorted. He had planned too much, and the desolate god's tomb was the most crucial step. Back then, the great desolation old man had barged into the forbidden area to challenge the realm guardian and stolen the Emperor's Seal. As for the Emperor's Seal, it was related to whether he could obtain the Xianyuan sword's recognition in the Emperor's tomb in the future, as well as the respect of the realm guardian. The next step would be the suppressed immortal soul and immortal body. Now, the Emperor's Seal had been obtained by someone else, and it was his former enemy. How could he accept that? Old Fan stood quietly in front of him, watching him vent the dissatisfaction in his heart with a calm expression. Finally, he said, This person passed the test left behind by the great emperor. What's wrong with me choosing him? Test? What *** T-test? Huang Fuyu sneered. Everyone wrote one word. How can we judge that he passed, and I didn't? I'm the direct descendant of the great Emperor Xianyuan. I'm the most qualified to inherit the Emperor's seal, including everything else. Old thing, you're biased. I can't accept this. His silver hair billowed furiously as if it was slanting. I've always been fair and selfless. I've always followed the instructions left behind by the great emperor back then. Old Fan placed his hands behind his back and stared straight at him. He said arrogantly, "Moreover, I'm the artifact spirit of the emperor's seal. Why should I submit?" After saying that, he waved his sleeve and chased Huang Fuyu out. In the desolate god palace's main hall, the great desolation old man's remnant soul had long dissipated. When Yi Chen and Huang Fuyu appeared again, they realized that the hall was empty. Fang Ziyue and the rest were long gone. Killing intent appeared in Huang Fuyu's eyes as soon as he saw Yi Chen, who was flustered and exasperated. "Brother Yi, congratulations! I've calculated everything, but I didn't expect to be the final victor." Yi Chen's eyes flashed when he sensed the killing intent on him. "Why? You can't hide any more?" As he spoke, he walked toward the former. "Do you want to fight me again? If this Yi can kill once, I can kill a second time." Seeming to have sensed his killing intent, the Emperor's seal artifact spirit Old Fan could not help but sigh. "Let him go. He is a direct descendant of the Emperor after all. If you kill him, the Xianyuan sword and the World Guardian won't be able to plead for him." Yi Chen could only withdraw his killing intent and glanced at Huang Fuyu. "Get lost." "Very good." Huang Fuyu's expression changed a few times, but he dared not attack Yi Chen in the end. "Brother Yi, so what if I win this round? The game between us has just begun." After saying that, he turned around and shot away. He knew very well that he did not have a good grasp of Yi Chen's ability. Coupled with the help of the Emperor's seal, he would only be asking for trouble if he attacked now. However, Huang Fuyu had not lost yet. And the Xianyuan sword. As long as he obtained the Xianyuan sword's recognition, everything would change. After watching him disappear, Old Fan emerged from the Imperial seal and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you. Acknowledge me as your master." Yi Chen smiled lightly and bit his middle finger. A trace of golden blood fell onto the Emperor's seal in the air immediately. Boom! Roar! In an instant, the world shook violently, as if the sky was about to collapse. The dragon's roar shook the surroundings and resounded throughout the entire Yin ruins. The Imperial seal turned into a crimson dragon that carried monstrous divine might and soared into the sky. It floated above the entire Yin ruins. A pair of dignified eyes looked down on everything. Eventually, it shot into Yi Chen's body. Almost at that moment, the entire Yin ruins saw such a spectacular and shocking scene. "What's that?" The Imperial seal has appeared. It looks like it has acknowledged its master. The appearance of the Imperial seal means that the Imperial tomb is about to appear. I'm afraid there's going to be another bloodbath in Yin ruins. Who is it? Who exactly can obtain the Imperial seal's acknowledgement? Huang Fuyu? Or is it Panwu Immortal Venerable, the Heavenly Jade Holy Land, or even the Taichu Dojo? Outside the desolate god's tomb, everyone, including Feng Tianqiu, the Heavenly Venerable of Taichu and the rest, saw this scene. Their eyes flashed with shock and ecstasy. At the same time, in the demon god forest, Qianqiu Wuhan looked at the enormous crimson dragon shadow in the sky quietly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Congratulations!" Xinxian Tower. Ling Long, who was dressed in white, held a lantern in her hand. A hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful face. He succeeded? In the end, Qianqiu Wuhan has high standards. The extraordinarily handsome path master of human desire, Chu Zhongtian, looked at the sky and muttered, "Ling Long, get ready. After being silent for so many years, it's time for me to move my muscles." The endless demonic earth was evil and strange. Outside the huge palace that looked like a shrine, a mysterious god covered in long hair looked at the crimson dragon in the sky excitedly. "The Imperial seal, it's the Imperial seal." The Imperial Seal has been activated. It's just activation. Look at how excited you are. The toad lying on his shoulder yawned and said in a bored manner, "What we should be more concerned about is who activated the Imperial Seal." Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of divine light suddenly flashed through the endless demonic energy. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was a golden willow leaf. The willow leaf ignored the demonic energy and landed in front of the mysterious creature as if it was alive. It's him. Seeing this, the mysterious god was stunned at first. Then he said in disbelief, "He obtained the Imperial Seal's recognition? How is that possible?" "Ha ha ha." The golden toad on his shoulder immediately laughed out loud. "Second brother, I told you long ago that I thought more highly of that guy, but you just wouldn't listen. It shouldn't be like this." The mysterious creature looked at him coldly. "I'll report to the boss right now." At the exit of the desolate god's tomb, countless figures stood in the air, looking at the exit in the distance with burning anticipation. Even the heavenly lord of Primordium and the other void, training old monsters were among them. Below them, countless heads were moving, and they were anxiously waiting. Someone in the crowd below couldn't help but whisper, "Who do you think will obtain the Imperial Seal this time?" "I think it's very likely to be Huang Fuyu of the Xianyuan 8 clans of China," someone said without even thinking. After all, the Xianyuan 8 clans are the direct descendants of great Emperor Xianyuan. It's the easiest to obtain the Imperial Seal's recognition. Upon hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Bullsh *T. However, there were still people who disagreed. A disciple of the Taichu dojo sneered and said, "If that's the case, why haven't the Xianyuan 8 clans obtained the Imperial Seal after so many years?" Chapter 1553. In my opinion, it's possible for anyone who enters, and there's a high chance that it will be obtained by the people of the 5 great holy lands. After all, the foundation of the 5 great holy lands is beyond our imagination. Stop arguing. The absolute beginning heavenly venerate in the void suddenly spoke when he saw that the atmosphere was a little intense. His voice was like thunder. The world immediately quietened down. The Tai Chu heavenly lord nodded in satisfaction before turning to Lei Yunzi with a hint of a smile on his face. "Old man Lei Yin, Huang Fuyu has quite a high reputation among the Xianyuan 8 races." Lei Yunzi replied in an indifferent manner, "It's just the juniors trying to make us proud." The grand beginning heavenly sovereign's eyes flashed. "Why don't we make a bet?" Lei Yunzi's brows furrowed slightly as he asked coldly, "What do you want to bet?" "Let's bet on whether someone from the Taichu dojo will obtain the Imperial Seal, or Huang Fuyu from the 8 Xianyuan clans." The primeval heavenly lord smiled faintly as if he was certain of his victory. "If my primeval Taoist right obtains the Arch Seal, then you have to agree to a condition of mine. Conversely, I will agree to a condition. Fellow Taoists here can bear witness." Fang Tianqiu, Elder Lu of the Heavenly Jade Holy Ground, and the 3rd Duke of the Great Jiang Divine Dynasty looked at him coldly. They didn't expect him to be so confident. Lei Yunzi's eyes flickered when he met the Heavenly Venerate's confident gaze. "If you want to use this to get information about Mad Southern Yes family, I advise you to give up. I've said that it's impossible. You worry too much." The Heavenly Venerable of Absolute Beginning seemed to have guessed that he would say that. He could not help but smile and say, "If I win, I don't want Mad Southern Yes family. My conditions will definitely not make things difficult for you." Lei Yunzi contemplated this momentarily before nodding in response. "All right, I'll make a bet with you." The grand beginning heavenly sovereign slowly closed his eyes. "Then we shall wait and see." Lei Yunzi and the others couldn't help but exchange glances upon seeing this, and they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. "They're here, they're coming out." At the same time, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded out from the crowd below. At the same time, all the gazes in this region looked towards the exit of the desolate god's tomb, only to see figures shooting out one after another. "It's Li Zitong from 8 Wilderness Sect, and Peng Hai of my Sha Luo Sect." As the figures appeared one after another, many people cried out in excitement. After all, the people who entered this time were the elites of the various sections. No one would be able to accept any losses. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, roughly 30 people walked out from the exit of the desolate god's tomb. However, this result was something that countless forces could not accept. After all, there were at least 80 people who went in, if not 100. Now that less than half of them had returned, could it be that the remaining people had met with an accident? At the same time, everyone noticed a strange phenomenon. None of the people who came out alive were from the 5 Great Saint Lands. From the beginning to the end, no one saw a single person from the 5 Great Saint Lands. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign and the others in the void frowned. Boom! The primordium heavenly sovereign reached out and forcefully pulled a person over from the ground. He said solemnly, "Let me ask you, why are you waiting for someone to come out? Where are the people of Taichu Taoist, right? And the people of my Xianyuan 8 clans?" Lei Yunzi and the others chimed in. The person who was pulled over was the disciple of the 8 desolate sect, Li Zitong. Meeting the gazes of so many old monsters, Li Zitong stammered, "We encountered many dangers as soon as we entered, and many of us died." The primordium heavenly sovereign interrupted him. "Get to the point. What happened to the people of Taichu Taoist, right? If there's even half a lie, I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes on the spot." The people of Taichu Taoist, right, are all dead." Li Zitong's body trembled as he said. "Divine Son Ho and young master Su Mingqi of the Panwu Celestial Exalt even died at the hands of mad Southern." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens and the earth suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Mad Southerny? How is this possible? When did he sneak into the desolate god's tomb? Why didn't we notice? My God! I didn't expect the geniuses of Taichu Taoist Rite and the Panwu Celestial Sect to be dead. Especially the Panwu Celestial Sect. Including Hanya, there are already 2 people who died at the hands of mad Southerny, right? After a short period of silence, this silence was immediately covered by waves of cries of alarm. The powerhouse of the Panwu Celestial Sect slapped out his palm and immediately killed the person who spoke earlier. Then he snatched Li Zitong from the primordium heavenly sovereign's hands and said with a grim expression, "I'll ask you again. Did mad Southern, you really enter the desolate god's tomb and kill our Panwu Celestial Sect's young master, Su Mingqi?" "Why, yes." Li Zitong was horrified. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the others." Before he could finish speaking, he let out a blood-curdling scream. It was the powerhouse of the Panwu Celestial Sect who had used the soul-searching tactic on him. A few seconds later, the powerhouse of the Panwu Celestial Sect squeezed Li Zitong into a bloody mess and took a few more people from the ground to perform the soul-searching tactic. Mad Southerny, my Panwu Celestial Sect will not rest until one of us is dead." He suddenly laughed out loud and looked at the powerhouse of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Fang Tianqiu, with a gaze filled with killing intent. "Fellow Fang, well done. You actually colluded with mad Southerny and allowed him to enter the desolate god's tomb under our noses." As soon as he said that, countless gazes immediately looked at Fang Tianqiu. Meeting everyone's gazes, Fang Tianqiu's expression changed slightly. Then he took a deep breath in and said, "Fellow Hong, I don't understand what you're talking about. Why are you still acting with us at a time like this?" The powerhouse of the Panwu Celestial Sect sneered. "I searched the souls of a few people and found out that mad Southerny is the external help that Fang Zua, a disciple of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's Purple Faction, invited." As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Fang Tianqiu was stunned at first. Then he could not help but think of Yi Qin. Yi Qin is mad Southerny? I see. What a cunning brat! Sensing their unfriendly gazes, he immediately said, Everyone, I'm really not sure about this. If the external help that Ziyu invited is really mad Southerny, my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will definitely not interfere in this grudge. He knew very well that today's matter had completely blown up. If he was even slightly careless, it might cause public anger. Mad Southerny, it's mad Southerny again. The heavenly sovereign of absolute beginning was so angry that he laughed. His killing intent surged. Today, we'll join forces to block the exit of the desolate god's tomb. Let's see what else we can do. As he spoke, another screen of light appeared at the exit of the desolate god's tomb. Then a man in black walked out. It's Jiang Li and the rest. Elder Liu and the others from the great Jiang God dynasty and the heavenly jade, Holy Land, were delighted. The heavenly sovereign of absolute beginning was one step ahead of them as he walked towards Jiang Li and the rest. He said coldly, Nephew Jiang Li, let me ask you, is mad Southerny in the desolate god's tomb? Who obtained the emperor's seal? Chapter 1554. Buzz at the exit of the desolate god's tomb. Amidst the dazzling and strange fluctuations of the formation, under the attention of countless gazes, dressed in a black python robe, the godson of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Li slowly walked out of the formation. Behind him followed the heavenly jade saintess and the genius disciples of the 8 Xianyuan clans, breathing in the fresh air of the outside world. Jiang Li was in a daze. I finally walked out alive during this trip to the desolate god's tomb. He had originally vowed and was confident. He thought that with his talent he would be able to fight for the emperor's seal in the desolate god's tomb. Unexpectedly, he met that person. He had survived 3 times in a row at that person's hands. It could be said to be extremely dangerous, but Hongya and the others, who were of the same generation, were scared out of their wits. It was because he had survived that he knew the beauty of living. However, he did not want to stay in the desolate god's tomb for a moment, nor did he want to face that person again. He was not the only one who had the same thoughts. Just as Jiang Li was sighing with emotion, he saw an incomparably dignified figure charging at him. Immediately after, an extremely shocking voice sounded in his mind. Nephew Jiang Li, let me ask you, is mad Southerny in the desolate god's tomb? And who obtained the emperor's seal? Jiang Li could not be more familiar with this voice. Everyone, including him, stiffened. Jiang Li even cupped his fists and said, Senior Absolute Beginning, mad Southerny has indeed appeared in the desolate god's tomb. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the world suddenly shake violently, and in countless terrifying killing intent arose. Lei Yunzi, who was standing in the distance, sighed slightly in his heart. Then he shook his head without a trace. He did not expect Yi Qin to appear in the desolate god's tomb, as everyone had said. At that moment, the 3rd prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Hongyuan, said in a deep voice, Jiang Li, let me ask you, it said that mad Southerny once slaughtered the people of our 5 sacred grounds in the desolate god's tomb. Is that true? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes flickered. Others might not be trustworthy, but Jiang Li was the divine son of the great Jiang divine dynasty. He represented the great Jiang divine dynasty, so his words naturally had a certain degree of credibility. Meeting everyone's gazes, Jiang Li's heart sank, but he still said, Mad Southerny has indeed killed many people in the desolate god's tomb, such as young master Su of the Panwu immortal sect, godson Ho of the Taichu dojo, and the others. In reality, he admired Yi Chen quite a bit. To him, although Yi Chen was a native of the declining celestial burial planet, he was far superior to him in terms of talent and decisiveness. Boom! As his voice fell, the world instantly shook, as if it had been enveloped by an endless killing intent. Indeed, the Panwu immortal sect's powerhouse laughed from extreme anger. Mad Southerny is bloodthirsty. Even the heavens won't tolerate it. He could not help but look up at Lei Yunzi as he spoke. Old geezer Lei Yun, the people of China sure are promising. They've almost wiped out all 5 of our holy lands. Humph. Lei Yunzi snorted coldly. Mad Southern is no longer a Chinese. Please don't drag China into this. If you insist on dragging us into this, don't blame me for being rude. Moreover, Huang Fuyu of the Xianyuan 8 clans has yet to come out. At this time, even though he pitied Yi Qin, he had no choice but to stand against him. After all, this matter concerned the rise and fall of the Chinese cultivation world. With his reminder, everyone present realized that not only did Mad Southern Yi not come out, even Huang Fuyu was the same. Very good. The Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning smiled sinisterly and looked at Jiang Li coldly. Who obtained the Emperor's seal? Swoosh. In an instant, countless gazes turned to Jiang Li and the rest. After all, they all had the possibility of possessing the Emperor's seal. How could Jiang Li not know his own situation? He immediately said, Seniors, we did not obtain the Emperor's seal. We only saw the Emperor's seal, and we were teleported out by Old Man Great Desolation's remnant soul before it disappeared. That's right, everyone. If we had the Emperor's seal with your abilities, you would naturally be able to tell at a glance. The Heavenly Jade Holy Maiden and the rest hurriedly defended themselves. The Emperor's seal was a hot potato. Even though countless people wanted to obtain it, it did not mean that they were willing to take the blame for others. Listening to their explanations, the people from the great Zhang God dynasty and the Heavenly Jade Holy Land heaved a sigh of relief while feeling disappointed. The Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning and the Panwu Immortal Sect's powerhouses obviously did not believe them. They only completely believed Jiang Li and the rest after using their divine consciousness to personally examine them. The Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning could not help but ask, Do you know who obtained the Emperor's seal? I'm not too sure either. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, At that time before Old Man Great Desolation's remnant soul died, he dragged Mad Southern Yi and Huang Fuyu into a mysterious space, and then we were teleported out. After saying that, he immediately recounted what he saw in the desolate God's tomb. After hearing that Old Man Great Desolation was entangled by a demon general in the demonic earth, many people were secretly shocked. Who is this Feng Wuxia? The Heavenly Jade Holy Maiden and the other old monsters at the Void training stage could not help but look at each other. It was obvious that it was the first time they had heard of this person. They did not expect that this person was not inferior to Huang Fuyu. Now it seems that the Emperor Seal is most likely obtained by these 3 people. The great Jiang God dynasty's 3rd Duke, Jiang Honyuan, said with a flicker in his eyes, In my opinion, among these 3 people, Huang Fuyu is the most likely to obtain the Emperor Seal's recognition. After all, he is the descendant of the great Emperor Xianyuan. At this point, he could not help but look at Lei Yunzi and said with a faint smile, Fellow Lei Yun, I have to congratulate the 8 Xianyuan clans in advance. At the same time, everyone looked at Lei Yunzi in unison. Lei Yunzi said calmly, Don't say that too early. Don't forget that there is still Mad Southern Yi and Feng Wuxia. Although he said that he was also sure that Huang Fuyu obtained the Emperor Seal. After all, the 8 Xianyuan clans were the descendants of the great Emperor Xianyuan. If the descendants of the great Emperor Xianyuan could not obtain the Emperor Seal, then no one else in the world could. I didn't expect that old geezer Lei Yun to win in such an ending. The Taichu, Heavenly Sovereign, smiled insincerely. This time, his Taichu dojo suffered the most losses, including the Divine Sons and the disciples who entered the desolate God's tomb. None of them came out alive. How could he not be furious? Thinking to this point, the killing intent in his heart skyrocketed. He secretly made up his mind that whether it was Mad Southern Yi or Huang Fuyu, he would completely annihilate them today. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the exit of the desolate God's tomb, which had not moved for a long time, shook violently again. Then a figure with a monstrous aura rushed out. The figure had a head of dazzling silver hair, but his handsome features seemed a little gloomy at this moment. Chapter 1556. Time passed bit by bit, and night fell. In the desolate god's tomb, there was a place that no one had ever set foot in before. It was also the most dangerous place in the desolate god's tomb. As far as the eye could see, boundless darkness enveloped everything. Endless evil demonic energy wantonly covered everything, as if it wanted to turn the entire desolate god's tomb into a demonic land. Amidst the terrifying demonic energy, there was a figure standing quietly, as if the demonic energy could not shake him at all. "Is this the demon abyss that you mentioned?" Yi Chen raised his eyes. 2 golden beams shot out from his eyes, as if they ignored the boundless darkness and wanted to see the entire desolate god's tomb. In front of him, demonic energy that was as black as ink penetrated the heavens and the earth. The demonic energy invaded all living beings in this place, as if they were standing in an abyss. As the crimson divine flames flickered, the Emperor Seal's artifact spirit, Old Fan, appeared. The reason why the great desolation old man chose this place as the desolate god's tomb was because there was a demon abyss here, and there seemed to be a demon suppressed inside. Demon! Yi Chen's eyes flashed as if he wanted to see through the endless darkness. This demon existed here before the desolate god's tomb was built. To be able to be called a demon, even if it could not compare to the mysterious immortals above the 9 heavens, it was not inferior to the tribulation stage cultivators of the cultivation world. That's right. Old Fan nodded slightly and said, "Back then, after great Emperor Xianyuan suppressed his immortal body and immortal soul, it attracted the covetous eyes of countless people from the outer realm. In addition, the barrier of the Inshu world was broken, causing the energy of the demon world and the netherworld to spread. Therefore, this is the origin of the demonic earth." He sighed faintly. There are many terrifying existences in the demonic earth, and the demonic earth energy is constantly invading the outside. If not for the barrier seal left behind by the great emperor, I'm afraid the so-called outer area, core, and forbidden zone would not exist in the entire Inshu. Yi Chen frowned. Then how did this demon come here? If there really was a barrier seal left by great Emperor Xianyuan, with his ability to suppress ancient immortals, how could a mere demon pass through the seal? I'm not sure about that. Old Fan's eyes flickered. Clearly, he understood the meaning behind his words and muttered, "I hope this demon was not placed here by someone with ill intentions. Back then, I was brought out by old man Great Desolation, and my spiritual nature was chaotic. Even if I sensed it, I could not do anything. No matter what, since I've encountered this devil today, I'll eliminate him to prevent him from harming Earth in the future." Yi Chen shook his head. Then golden flames burned in his eyes, piercing through the darkness of the entire demon abyss. Amidst the vast devil chi, there was a flight of stairs leading to the end of the darkness. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and walked up the stairs. Old Fan turned into a divine dragon and hovered above his head, illuminating the entire demonic abyss. It seemed to be a demonic well with no end. Yi Chen studied it as he walked. The wanton demonic energy was getting more and more terrifying. In the end, it was as if a demonic sea had erupted. Yi Chen suddenly said, "Although this demonic energy is extremely pure, it carries a trace of death energy as if its body has rotted. Could it be that what's being suppressed below isn't a demon, but a demonic corpse?" "That's possible," Old Fan said solemnly. As the 2 of them ventured deeper, they finally arrived at a huge karst cave. There were countless caves that looked like a beehive, and Yi Chen had entered from one of the entrances. In the center of the karst cave, there was a huge cloud of black mist. Within the black mist, one could vaguely see a huge creature. The black mist was emitted from its body. Apart from the terrifying devil chi, there was also endless death energy. As the 2 mixed together, they continuously spewed out into the countless caves around them. It's really a demonic corpse. The raging flames in Yi Chen's eyes soared again. In his eyes, there was an incomparably huge man in the black mist. The man floated in midair. His body was like a mummy and his skin was dark purple. The most attractive thing about him was that this man had 3 vertical eyes, all of which exuded a strange aura. On his face, there were faint flickering demonic patterns that were extremely evil. It really is a demonic corpse. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and it looks like it's a 3-eyed demon from the devil world. No wonder it gave me such a familiar feeling. At his peak, he had led the immortal world's army to fight the devil world more than once. In the devil world's army, the most difficult to guard against was the 3-eyed demon. The members of the 3-eyed demon race were born with 3 eyes, and each eye possessed extraordinary magical powers, such as soul snatching. Old Fan suddenly said, "What's that on him?" After his reminder, Yi Chen realized that there was a seedling on the 3-eyed demon's body. The seedling was golden and was only the size of a palm. It looked like a seedling that had just grown out of the ground. However, it was this seedling that remained motionless on the demonic corpse. "What's this?" Yi Chen was shocked at first, and then his body shook violently. "This is the world tree seedling." In this endless world, there was a divine object. This object was known as the World Tree, also known as the Supreme Sky Tree. This object stood in the middle of the world. Legend had it that the World Tree could grow endlessly and eventually grow directly into the immortal world. Therefore, countless people frantically searched for the World Tree because of this seemingly absurd rumor, trying to use the World Tree to reach the immortal world. Although this rumor seemed absurd to others, it was worthless to Yi Chen. When he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had seen the World Tree that had grown from the mortal world into the immortal world, causing the order of the 3 realms to be in complete chaos. At that time, the master of the ancient heavenly court, Immortal Emperor Daojin, ordered people to cut it off. As a result, the World Tree turned into countless fragments that scattered throughout the heavens. It also stopped the people of the lower realm from thinking of ascending to the heavens. Yi Chen did not expect to see a World Tree seedling here. Could this seedling be born from the fragment that was cut off back then? Yi Chen started to size up the demonic corpse as he thought to this point. Subsequently, his gaze focused on the demonic corpse's heart. There was a golden fragment the size of a fist, and the golden seedling had grown from it. As expected, Yi Chen came to a realization immediately. He could not help but say in surprise, "I didn't expect there to be a fragment of the World Tree here. Moreover, it has taken root and sprouted." He then sized up the demonic corpse and said in the end, "This demonic corpse has died a long time ago. Moreover, a portion of its cultivation base and essence energy have been absorbed by this fragment of the World Tree. That's why it can take root and sprout. Is this demonic corpse already dead?" The Emperor Seal's artifact spirit, Old Fan, heaved a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Yi Chen suddenly walk toward the demonic corpse. Then, a palm-sized dark green bottle appeared in his hand. "P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm halfway through writing it. Everyone, please wait patiently." Chapter 1557. It was like a freaking nanny in the city. The bottle was crystal clear like jade, about the size of a baby's palm. Its entire body was engraved with birds, beasts, insects, and fish, and it did not even have a lid. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the immortal drift bottle trembled slightly and emitted a weak green light. "What is this?" Old Fan was dumbfounded. Yi Chen seemed to have not heard him. He lifted his head and glanced at the pale moonlight that was refracting in from the countless entrances around him. His gaze finally landed on the dark green bottle in his hand. For some reason, when he saw the Supreme Sky Tree sapling, an impulse suddenly flashed through his mind. "I wonder if this immortal drift bottle can accelerate the growth of the Supreme Sky Tree." Yi Chen immediately picked up the immortal drift bottle and poured it gently on the supreme sky tree sapling on the demonic corpse. A drop of green liquid dripped out of the bottle and landed on the golden supreme sky tree sapling. At the same time, Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on the sapling. However, to his disappointment, the supreme sky tree sapling did not move at all, and the green liquid in the immortal drift bottle slowly dripped down along the leaves. Is it not possible? Yi Chen frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he poured another drop of green liquid on the supreme sky tree sapling. As the second drop of green fell, a strange scene unfolded. A strange scene immediately appeared. The supreme sky tree sapling, which was originally motionless, suddenly trembled violently. Then the demonic corpse below it shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic qi and blood in its body surged into the supreme sky tree sapling. While this sudden scene caused the Emperor Seal's weapon spirit to be so shocked that he could not close his mouth, Yi Chen's expression was quietly filled with joy. In just a few breaths of time, the three-eyed demonic corpse shriveled and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, only some hair was left, and the rest was absorbed by the supreme sky tree sapling. After absorbing the demonic corpse's blood, the supreme sky tree sapling began to emit a dazzling golden light and began to expand crazily. Its shape also changed. 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters in the end. It grew to a height of more than a meter. The weapon spirit of the Emperor Seal, who was standing at the side, was shocked. He seemed to see a towering divine tree that pierced through the barrier between the celestial world and the lower world, and went straight into the vast blue sky. After recovering from the illusion with great difficulty, he once again looked at the supreme sky tree sapling that had soared to a height of more than 1 meter with shock in his eyes. Grow, continue to grow. Yi Chen poured out the last drop of green liquid again. He hoped that the supreme sky tree seedling would continue to grow. He looked forward to seeing if it could return to its peak in the past. However, to his disappointment, the supreme sky tree sapling stopped growing when it reached 5 meters. Could it be that the green liquid is not enough? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He lowered his head and looked at the demonic corpse that had disappeared. He seemed to have understood something. Could it be that this supreme sky tree needs to absorb blood? Only by nourishing it can it continue to grow. At that moment, another change occurred. Under his gaze, he saw a golden fruit growing at a speed visible to the naked eye on the meter-tall supreme sky tree. Although it was called a fruit, it was actually a golden ball at first glance. There seemed to be the shadow of an ancient god within the fruit, looking down on everything. The supreme sky tree fruit. Yi Chen's expression changed again. This is the legendary supreme sky tree fruit, also known as the longevity fruit. No, it's just the prototype of the supreme sky tree fruit. This was because the fruit had not completely condensed into a physical body. Even so, Yi Chen still felt the overly dense spiritual energy from it. It was as if a single whiff could cause the true origin energy in his body to go berserk. It's a pity. If it's the real longevity fruit, then Yuhan's injuries can be cured. Even if it's not the real longevity fruit, it's enough. Yi Chen suppressed the shock in him and muttered, "With this fruit, I can recover to the void refinement stage." Thinking to this point, he could not help but turn around and look at the weapon spirit of the Emperor's Seal. "I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Protect me outside for the time being." "How long will it take?" the weapon spirit asked subconsciously. In his opinion, Yi Chen must have reached a bottleneck. It would take at least 8 to 10 years for him to enter closed-door cultivation. After 8 to 10 years, the outside world would have been turned upside down. Yi Chen said, "Very soon, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." The weapon spirit thought that he had heard wrongly. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Yi Chen did not reply. He waved his sleeve and put away the prototype of the longevity fruit. Then he walked into one of the surrounding caves and raised his hand to set up a barrier. He swallowed the prototype of the longevity fruit. As his cultivation method circulated quickly, he immediately refined the terrifying spiritual energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the aura that belonged to a perfected God transformation stage, Cultivator, began to skyrocket at an astonishing speed. Outside the demon abyss, the weapon spirit of the Emperor's seal, Old Fan, stroked his beard and looked into the demon abyss as he muttered, "You only need the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? This is getting more and more incomprehensible. I only hope that it'll be quick. The Emperor's tomb is about to open. After all, this matter concerns the survival of billions of living beings in this world," he sighed softly to himself, and there was an unconvinced expression on his face. At the same time, outside the desolate god tomb, countless figures with powerful auras stood in the vast world. The most terrifying ones were the 5 figures in the void. However, at this moment, the atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to be a little gloomy and anxious. In the void, the Taichu Heavenly Lord looked down and his face twitched. "Bastard, it's already been 4 hours. Why hasn't Mad Southern Yi come out yet?" When he thought about how Yi Qin had flattened the Taichu dojo alone and killed many people from the Taichu dojo, he could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. The big shot from the martial immortal sect said coldly, "Could it be that this person knows that we're waiting for him outside, so he doesn't dare to appear?" At this point, he could not help but look at Huangfu, nephew Huangfu. "You were the last to come out. Are you sure that Mad Southern Yi is still in the desolate god tomb?" "Of course." Huangfu Yu said, seriously, "There's only one entrance and exit to the desolate god tomb. I'm sure that he's still inside. Everyone just wait patiently." Apart from the resentment in his heart, he could not help but gloat. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, so what if you obtain the Emperor Seal? Today, the 5 void refinement stage old monsters have joined forces to block the door. As long as he dares to come out, he will definitely die here." The Taichu Heavenly Lord snorted coldly. "I don't believe that he won't come out for the rest of his life." Almost at that moment, in the depths of the desolate god tomb, within the demonic abyss, the vast demonic energy suddenly turned into a black hole that swept back crazily. At the center of the black hole, there was actually a figure sitting there. Facing the terrifying storm, the figure did not move, like an old monk in meditation. Boom! Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an aura that seemed like the descent of an ancient god erupted from his body. Chapter 1558. He had advanced to the void refinement stage. At this moment, thick demonic clouds were rolling in the desolate god's tomb. The demonic clouds were condensed from all the demonic energy in the desolate god's tomb. The density of the demonic energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. Other than that, there was still a terrifying demonic aura gathering towards the demon abyss from all directions of the wilderness god's tomb, as if a demon god was being born. What's going on? The Emperor Seal's artifact spirit, Old Fan, stood at the exit of the demon abyss and looked at the demonic clouds that had gathered above the demon abyss in shock. This was because the density of the demonic energy had already exceeded his understanding. It was almost comparable to the demonic earth. Even a void refinement old monster would be inexplicably fearful here. This guy actually caused such a commotion when he was in closed-door cultivation. Old Fan took a deep look at the demon abyss and frowned. This kid's body is filled with righteous energy. He doesn't seem to have cultivated demonic techniques. However, why did closed-door cultivation attract so much demonic energy? Rumble. Not long after he finished speaking, the huge demonic cloud in the sky forcefully distorted, and then a resplendent flame slowly appeared from within. Buzz. The flame became more and more resplendent, and in the end it turned into a figure. The figure was as handsome as jade and had a heroic bearing. His eyes shone and shot out a shocking beam of light that turned into a terrifying pressure, causing the space to seem unable to bear it. Void refinement stage. Seeing this, Old Fan was stunned at first, and then a trace of shock appeared on his old face. He actually broke through to the void refinement stage. How could he have done it in such a short period of time? 30 minutes ago, he clearly remembered that Yi Chen was still at stage soul formation. 30 minutes later, the person standing before him was a void refinement stage cultivator. Even though Yi Chen had told him that he only needed 30 minutes to break through, he had doubted it at that time. He did not expect it to be true. While Old Fan was shocked, he immediately thought of the crux of the problem. Was it the fruit of the so-called world tree that made him? Just as I expected, Yi Chen hovered in the air and allowed the terrifying demonic energy to envelop him. He muttered after sensing the true origin energy in his body, as expected of the longevity fruit. Even though it's just a prototype, it allowed me to recover to beginner stage void refinement in one go. This trip to the desolate god's tomb can be considered to have gained something. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the gigantic demonic cloud that covered heaven and earth began to boil. It was as if a terrifying demonic beast was venting and roaring at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He clenched his slender hands lightly. How can you stay in this world with such filthy energy? In an instant, the air rumbled as if an invisible millstone was being pushed through the air, crushing everything in its path. Under Old Fan's dumbfounded expression, the demonic clouds in the void shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dough being squashed. In the end, the terrifying demonic cloud turned into 3 black balls of light that were about the size of a human head. The black balls of light were as black as ink, and even though they were so far away, Old Fan could still feel the terrifying power coming from them. What is this? He swallowed his saliva and asked subconsciously. True demonic ball. Yi Chen looked at the 3 black balls of light in his hand and said slowly, it's condensed from the purest demonic energy. You can think of it as a bomb. However, if an ordinary void refinement cultivator encounters a bomb like mine, Old Fan could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he heard that. At the same time, the sky above the desolate god's tomb became extremely clear. Clearly, all the demonic energy that had invaded the desolate god's tomb had been cleared by Yi Chen. It's time to go out. Yi Chen took one last look at the desolate god's tomb. He then landed on the ground slowly and walked toward the exit of the desolate god's tomb. If you go out this time, you'll definitely be hated by others. You must be careful. Old Fan reminded. Countless people are plotting for the Emperor's seal. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. If they find out that you've obtained the Emperor's seal, they'll definitely attack you. Yi Chen smiled lightly. So what? Old Fan said, what I mean is, after you go out this time, find a way to enter the demonic land and find those 3 guys. They can protect you. Yi Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at him. If I'm not wrong, the 3 guys you're talking about must have followed the great Emperor Xianyuan back then. One of them is even the realm guardian of Yin Su. Looks like you know everything. Old Fan was slightly stunned, and then he did not hide it anymore. The 3 of them followed the great emperor back then, especially the eldest. After the great emperor shed his slough and stepped onto the heavenly path, the eldest turned into a tomb-guarding beast to protect the great emperor's tomb. Don't think that I'm scaring you. Old Fan glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Insu isn't as simple as you think. Although you've stepped into the void refinement stage and have the ability to protect yourself, it doesn't mean that no one can threaten you. Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Is that so? Old Fan's words reminded him of the demon god forest's Qianqiu Wuhen, the immortal pagoda's pathmaster of carnal desires, and the mysterious existence in the heavenly tomb. The 3 of them were all tribulation stage almighties in the spirit realm, although their cultivation levels had fallen because they were pursuing ancient immortals. No one knew how many tricks they had up their sleeves. However, Yi Qin was extremely calm inside, in terms of abilities and shrewdness. When had he ever been afraid of anyone? Moreover, he had already recovered to the void refinement stage. Let's go. He could not help but smile when he thought to this point. At the exit of the desolate god's tomb, there was a teleportation formation that was emitting a dazzling light. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the light was weakening at a fast rate. Beside the formation stood a man and a woman. Fang Zhe, who was dressed in red, looked at the weakened teleportation formation, then raised her eyes to look at the desolate god's tomb. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why isn't Senior Yi out yet? Once the energy of this teleportation formation is exhausted, it will be difficult for us to leave." In front of her, a handsome, red-haired young man leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He was lazily sizing up the former, as if he was savoring something. Sensing his gaze, Feng Zue turned around and glared at him. She said fiercely, "Feng, where are your dog eyes looking?" "Of course I'm looking at you." Seeing her pouting coquettishly, Feng Wuxia smiled faintly and said in all seriousness, "Sister, it's not that I'm not human, but your figure is too charming." Bastard. Feng Zue had come from a prominent family since she was young, so she had never heard such teasing words. She was so angry that her face turned green. "You're really a scum among cultivators." "Scum, that's a good word." "I like it." Feng Wuxia whistled frivolously. Just as he was about to speak, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly looked into the depths of the desolate god's tomb. P.S. Chapter 1. There's still one more chapter. I'll be done soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 1559. Feng Ziyue was stunned at first when she saw his abnormal behavior. Then she looked in the direction he was looking. There was a slender figure walking over slowly. As he appeared, the space seemed to be unable to withstand it. When she saw the person's face clearly, Feng Ziyue was surprised and delighted. "Senior Yi! Why haven't you left yet?" Yi Qin glanced at her in surprise. "I've been waiting for you here, Senior Yi." Feng Ziyue smiled lightly and said, "Congratulations to Senior Yi for obtaining the Emperor Seal's recognition." Before this, she had met Huang Fuyu long ago. Although she did not know the real situation, she could vaguely guess from Huang Fuyu's ugly expression that he did not obtain the Emperor Seal. She had also tested Feng Wuxia and found out that he did not obtain the Emperor Seal. As a result, the Emperor Seal naturally belonged to Yi Qin. "Thank you." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Subsequently, his gaze became a little strange. He was not sure if Feng Ziyue's purpose in coming to the desolate god's tomb this time was to look for the Emperor Seal. If that was the case, things would become a little awkward. After all, the Emperor Seal had already acknowledged him as its master. With old Fan's temper, it was almost impossible for him to change it to someone else. If he did not give the Emperor Seal to Feng Ziyue, his previous agreement with her would be invalid. As if sensing what he was thinking, Feng Ziyue took the initiative to resolve the awkwardness. "Don't worry, Senior Yi. I'm not here for the Emperor Seal. I've made a promise with you," Yi Qin said. "If your goal is really the Emperor Seal, I can lend it to you. Take it back and fight for control of the Tianyuan Trading Company." "Thank you." Feng Ziyue was overjoyed to hear that. Yi Qin nodded and looked at Feng Wuxia, who was standing aside. Subsequently, he seemed to have noticed something and said with a faint smile, "Congratulations, Brother Feng." Feng Wuxia was at perfected God transformation stage before this, but he had already stepped into early stage, void refinement stage. Clearly, he had benefited from the desolate God's tomb. "Isn't Brother Yi the same?" Feng Wuxia looked at him deeply and said, "The reason why I stayed to wait for you is to give you a message. Yin Su's peaceful days will not last long. If you go out, please be careful, especially that Huang Fuyu." At this point, his eyes flashed. "Even I cannot see through this person." Although he did not obtain the Emperor's seal this time, he will definitely not give up on the Emperor's tomb. The two of you are still fighting, Yi Chen said in surprise. Why did Brother Feng say that to me? He and Feng Wuxie got to know each other in the desolate god's tomb, and had never interacted with each other before, so there was no friendship between them at all. Because of an old friend. Hearing that, Feng Wuxie's eyes flashed a few times, and then his expression turned to one of reverence. You have the aura of that old friend. That's all I have to say. I hope Brother Yi will remember this well. With that, he immediately turned around and stepped into the teleportation formation. With a huge fluctuation of teleportation power, his figure immediately disappeared on the spot. This person is quite interesting. After watching him disappear, Yi Chenmo secretly transmitted his voice. Old fan, do you know about this person's background? This person is from the outer realm. Old fan said, I don't know his exact background, but his potential is not lower than Huang Fuyu's. If he did not come from the outer realm, the ownership of the Emperor's seal would still be up for discussion. The outer realm, huh? Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately stopped thinking about it. He lifted his head to look at Feng Ziyuan next to him. Miss Feng, it's time for us to go out. Senior Yi. Feng Ziyuan wanted to say something, but hesitated. You've killed too many people in the desolate god's tomb this time. I'm afraid the news has already been leaked. I reckon there are many people waiting for you outside. If necessary, I can ask my third grandpa and Elder Ku to help you. No need. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve and stepped into the formation light screen that was about to be extinguished with her in tow. At the same time, outside the desolate god's tomb, the 5 void refinement stage almighties, led by the Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning, worked together and set up a sealing formation, sealing off an area of 100 kilometers. An invisible killing intent suddenly soared in the void. However, after waiting for a long time, not only did they not see Yi Chen, but even the formation at the exit of the desolate god's tomb did not move at all. The formation led to the desolate god's tomb. Other than that, there was no other passage. Looks like Mad Southern, you won't come out. The third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Honyuan, frowned slightly as if he had completely lost his patience. Forget it. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany all of you to wait here. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Jiang Li behind him, signaling the latter to leave with him. After hearing his words, the woman from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land also smiled. I also have important matters to attend to. It's time for me to return. Seeing that the formation that he had painstakingly formed was about to collapse, the Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to speak. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a resplendent formation light screen shot out from the exit of the desolate god's tomb. It's moving, it's moving. Seeing this scene, someone present was pleasantly surprised. The exit formation has moved. Someone is coming out. It must be Mad Southern Yi. Swoosh! In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Huang Fuyu, who was standing behind Lei Yunzi, was no exception. A ferocious glint flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, I thought you were planning to hide in there for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to be unable to hold it in. Everyone get ready. The Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. His gaze locked onto the exit. Wang. After the light from the formation reached its peak, a figure shot out from it. Attack! The Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning was the first to be unable to hold it in. Almost at the instant the figure appeared, his left hand glowed and rapidly expanded, pressing down on the former, forming a powerful pressure. This was a great divinity. It was as if his palm had turned into a vast sky, wanting to completely suppress and kill all enemies in this time. Walala! At the same time, the figure that shot out burst out with resplendent divine flames. The divine flames were like dazzling divine chains that crushed toward the heavenly Lord of absolute beginning, almost filling the entire void. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them seemed to have completely ignited the void, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. Stomp, stomp, stomp! Then, the heavenly Lord of absolute beginning retreated over 30 meters. He looked at the figure in the distance with an incomparably serious gaze. "You're not mad, Southerny?" In front of everyone's eyes, that figure transformed into a handsome, red-haired young man in the void. The red-haired young man sized up the world for a while before saying to the person behind him with a faint smile, "Brother Yi, I didn't expect these people to cause such a commotion just to deal with you." Chapter 1560. The vibrating void suddenly became terrifyingly silent. The countless figures standing between heaven and earth fixed their eyes on the red-haired young man at the exit of the desolate god's tomb. The former was actually fighting with the heavenly Lord, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be on par. Whoosh! This short period of deathly silence was soon drowned by waves of uproar that were like a tempestuous storm. Who was the heavenly Lord? He was the ancestor of a sect, one of the top existences in the world, but there was an extremely young man who was on par with him. Not only them, but even the eyes of the Panwu immortal sex powerhouse and the great Jiang divine dynasty's third prince, Jiang Hanyuan, and the others shrank. They had clearly seen that although the heavenly Lord seemed to have been repelled, he did not use his full strength. Even so, it was enough to make them wary. Under everyone's gaze, the heavenly Lord's face twitched slightly. Then he locked his sharp gaze on the red-haired young man. "Junior, you're not mad, Southerny. Who are you?" "Void refinement stage." Through the exchange just now, he had already tested the former's cultivation level. It was at the early stage of void refinement. "Old man, it doesn't matter who I am." Facing his question, Feng Wuxia smiled faintly. "What's important is, are you sure you want to fight me today?" At this moment, Huang Fuyu suddenly said, "He's Feng Wuxia." "What? He's Feng Wuxia?" As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone present changed. Obviously, they did not expect the young man fighting with the heavenly Lord to be Feng Wuxia. "So it's you." The heavenly Lord's eyes flashed, then he sneered. "Since you're not mad, Southerny, please leave quickly. Don't take the initiative to provoke this unexpected disaster." Feng Wuxia looked extremely young, but he had stepped into the void refinement stage. This made him wonder about the former's background. It was very likely that the former was from some primordial god clan. It was best not to provoke such an existence, if possible. "Fight if you want. Are you trying to bully me because I'm young?" Unexpectedly, Feng Wuxia did not fall for his trick. He deliberately looked at him, provocatively. "I just broke through, and many of my abilities are useless. Why don't you warm up with me?" "Bastard." The heavenly Lord of the absolute beginning heavenly Lord was incomparably furious. "You think a junior like you is worthy of fighting me? Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you've entered the void tempering stage. Are they going to fight?" The surrounding people quietly watched this scene, their hearts fluctuating. Feng Wuxia's eyes turned cold, and he was just about to say something when a calm voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Brother Feng, why do you need to deal with this old dog? Why not leave it to this Yi to slaughter?" Boom! That voice was incomparably loud, causing the heavens and earth to rumble endlessly. At that moment, under everyone's gazes, the exit of the desolate god's tomb behind Feng Wuxia was followed by a resplendent light, screen blossoming. A thin figure walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. That figure's black robes fluttered in the wind, and he was as handsome as a god. Behind him was a woman in red robes, delicate and elegant. The two of them stood together like a celestial couple. Suddenly, the world fell into a deathly silence. Swish, swish, swish. Mad Southerny. Mad Southerny is finally here. What? He's Mad Southerny? At that moment, regardless of whether it was in the sky or on the ground, everyone's gazes were gathered on that figure. They were all too familiar with these 3 words. First, this person went on a killing spree with Ian Su a month ago, slaughtering many soul formation cultivators. He even flattened the Taichu Taoist ground by himself and even fought to a draw with the Taichu Heavenly Lord's divine will projection. After that, this person had come to Ian Su, killed the young master, and annihilated the Son of God. All of these deeds had spread throughout Ian Su, so how could everyone not pay attention to them? Almost at the moment when Yi Qin appeared, a figure suddenly appeared. In the demon god forest, Qianche Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as vast as the stars as he smiled. Early void tempering? His aptitude isn't bad. In the immortal tower, the pathmaster of human desire looked up. Ling Long, who was beside him, pursed her lips and said, "Pathmaster, should we attack?" "No." The former stretched lazily and said with a faint smile, "These pieces of trash don't know that I'll attack. Let's watch the show for now." 5 pieces of trash! Ling Long was stunned at first, then she revealed a silly smile. Even if they're trash, they're still at the void tempering stage. Can that person deal with them? If that person from the demon god forest gets there first, I won't, and that guy won't either. The pathmaster of human desire knew everything. That guy knows very well that he's waited for countless years. He won't lose his composure at this critical moment. In the demonic land, Ling Long seemed to understand and hesitated. Will the world guardian attack? After all, that person has obtained the recognition of the Emperor's seal. The pathmaster of human desire fell silent for a few seconds before shaking his head and saying, "No." He knew very well that although the world guardian was powerful, he strictly abided by the rules. He would not rashly break the rules of Ian Su and violate the restrictions left behind by great Emperor Xianyuan. Moreover, that night he had seen a peerless saber gleam injuring the world guardian in the demonic land. In the vast demonic land, there was a majestic temple in the endless abyss. A huge golden ape stood there, seemingly expressionless. On its shoulder, there was a golden toad jumping up and down. "Second brother, hurry up and inform the boss to come out of seclusion. We're going to fight outside." "Second brother, are you deaf?" "That kid obtained the Emperor's seal, so he's half an inheritor of the great Emperor. If anything happens to him, how can we face the great Emperor?" "Shut up!" the golden ape suddenly berated with a thunderous voice. "The boss said that no one is allowed to move." After being shouted at like that, the golden toad revealed a timid expression and muttered, "In the end, all of you still have hope in that Huang Fuyu." As he spoke, violent roars came from afar, as if the gates of hell had been opened. The demons roared and announced to the world, "Boom, boom, boom." Suddenly, a few lightning-like saber gleams flashed across the sky. Then, many bloodstains splattered in the endless darkness. That saber moved again. The golden ape said with a serious expression, "I don't know why, but the saber has been moving more and more frequently recently, as if it's been stimulated by something." Creak! Creak! Suddenly, the 2 beasts heard a crisp sound that sounded like joints cracking. "What's that sound?" The golden ape frowned. Then its figure flashed and instantly dashed into the darkness. A group of people and horses came into view. However, the so-called group of people and horses were actually humanoid skeletons. The skeletons in the middle were each carrying a palanquin made of bones. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be scared to death. At that moment, a golden humanoid skeleton was sitting on the palanquin. The golden skeleton's eyes were burning with divine fire. "It's that stupid skeleton," the golden toad exclaimed when it saw that stupid skeleton has only been in the demonic land for a short while, but has already grown to this stage. "My God! This skeleton has an extraordinary background. It's terrifying." The golden ape's eyes flickered. "Where is it going?" "I know. It's going out. It's going out." The golden toad seemed to have recalled something and roared as if it was on steroids. That stupid skeleton must be going to help the Eve Rat. P.S. There's only one chapter today. I'll update it tomorrow. Chapter 1561. Yi Chen had appeared. He did not move gracefully like Feng Wuxia, soaring through the skies and burrowing through the earth. With his hands behind his back, he walked out of the teleportation formation at the exit of the desolate god's tomb step by step. His black hair fluttered in the wind, as if he did not notice the terrifying killing intent that filled the world. Along with his appearance, the countless figures standing between the heavens and earth moved because of him. This kid is too young. Whether it's his bearing or aptitude, he's not weaker than the godsons of the various sections. It's hard to imagine that this abandoned planet would give birth to such an outstanding person. I had thought that this person had 3 heads and 6 arms, or that he was a ruthless and murderous demon. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Countless people's eyes were focused on Yi Chen. Their gazes were filled with shock, surprise, and disbelief. Is this mad Southern Yi? Lei Yunzi, who was in the air, stared at Yi Chen. There was a gleam in his eyes. This was the first time he met Yi Chen. Even though both of them were from the Chinese cultivation world, everyone, including him, was in a deep sleep before Earth was unsealed. What a good look! Lei Yunzi secretly praised Yi Chen as he looked at the extraordinary Yi Chen. He then sighed softly and said, "What a pity." At that moment, a blood-red gaze suddenly shot at Yi Chen. "Mad Southern Yi, you're finally willing to come out." The person who spoke was the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning. He looked at Yi Chen with an extremely grim gaze and smiled coldly. "I thought you'd stay in there forever." "Old man," Yi Chen looked over and said with a faint smile, "If I don't come out, how am I going to kill you, old dog?" Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning was so angry that he laughed. He immediately said, "Mad Southern Yi, you destroyed my Taichu dojo and slaughtered my disciples. Let's end this hatred today. Today, even if you're an immortal, don't even think about leaving this place alive." At the end of his sentence, the world instantly boiled. Terrifying killing intent of the 5 elements sealed off the world, causing countless people to feel extremely nervous. Do the others think so too? Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the world. His gaze swept past the people of the great Jiang God dynasty, the Heavenly Jade Holy Land, and the 8 Xianyuan clans. The Panwu immortal sect's powerhouse sneered, of course. "Mad Southern Yi, you've killed 2 of our Panwu immortal sect's young masters in succession. How can we let such a deep grudge go?" The 3rd prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Hongyuan, took a step forward and looked at Yi Chen. "Fellow Yi, logically speaking, you don't have much enmity with the great Jiang God dynasty. However, rumor has it that you look down on our foreign immortal sects and have committed many killings. The great Jiang God dynasty has no choice but to advance and retreat with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li, who was standing behind him, hesitated to speak as if he wanted to plead on Yi Chen's behalf. "Uncle!" However, before he could finish speaking, he met Jiang Hongyuan's fierce gaze. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Brother Yi, I wish you good luck," he could only sigh secretly. As an enemy, he actually admired Yi Chen. After all, it was rare for the latter to cultivate to such a level as a native of an abandoned planet. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at Jiang Hongyuan. "So, you want me to die too?" "Fellow Yi, you're going too far." Jiang Hongyuan shook his head slightly and said, "If Fellow Yi is willing to repent, give up resisting, and accept our punishment, there might still be a chance." "That's right." Hearing this, the Heavenly Lord of Taichu could not help but smile. "As a sign of your sincerity, you need to hand over the Emperor's seal and cripple your own cultivation." After saying that, he immediately turned to look at Lei Yunzi, Feng Tianqiu, and the woman from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. "May I know what the 3 of you think?" Fong Tianqiu took a step forward and looked at Fong Ziyue, who was behind Yi Qin coldly. "Evil creature, get over here!" Fong Ziyue looked at Yi Qin and then at the former. In the end, she bit the bullet and walked over. She said subconsciously, "Uncle, Senior Yi, shut up!" Fong Tianqiu berated and looked at Yi Qin. "Yi, you bullied Ziyue because she's young and tricked the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. How do you plan to deal with this?" Yi Qin replied, "How do you want to deal with it?" "Very simple." Fong Tianqiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hand over the Emperor's seal, and I can represent the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to forgive your sins. I can even protect your safety. Otherwise what?" Yi Qin remained calm. Fong Tianqiu's gaze turned cold. "Otherwise, you'll definitely die today." Shameless. Hearing this, many people present cursed in their hearts. At that moment, Fong Ziyue's face instantly turned incomparably pale. She did not expect Fong Tianqiu to make such a choice. Thinking to this point, she was about to speak, but she realized that she seemed to have been placed under a restriction. She could not speak, and then she was tightly controlled by someone, unable to move. The beautiful woman from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land smiled. "The Heavenly Jade Holy Land is willing to advance and retreat with all of you." After her, for the 5 Holy Lands expressed their stance, one after another. This time, only the Yanhuang Fortress had not expressed its stance. The Heavenly Sovereign of Absolute Beginning looked at Lei Yunzi with a faint smile. "Old geezer Lei Yin, what's your attitude? Don't tell me that you can't bear to get rid of this traitor of China?" As soon as he said that, countless gazes immediately turned to Lei Yunzi and the rest. Yi Qin looked over calmly. Under everyone's burning gazes, Huang Fuyu took a step forward before Lei Yunzi could speak. He looked at Yi Chen with a sneer. "Brother Yi, I wonder if you've ever thought that you'd end up as the enemy of the world today?" The hatred he had for Yi Qin had almost reached its peak. This hatred even surpassed when Yi Qin and Earth killed him. At that time, Su Qilin was merely his reincarnation. His greatest loss was losing the Emperor's seal in the desolate God's tomb. This was because the Emperor's seal was related to too many things that he had been plotting for countless years. And Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done. This is the truth since ancient times. Today, I only want to kill all of you, or be killed by all of you." Whoosh! The moment that was said, the entire place was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Qin in extreme disbelief. Under such circumstances, he could still maintain such an attitude? After hearing that, Feng Wuxia, who was at the side, was stunned at first. Then he rubbed his chin and repeated word by word. "Today, I only want to kill all of you or be killed by all of you." What arrogant words. I like them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1562. Very well. Hearing his words, Huang Fuyu's eyes narrowed slightly and a fierce expression surged. "I'm looking forward to your ending." After saying that, he could not help but turn to look at Lei Yunzi. "Senior Lei Yin, this person has already been expelled by us. What are you hesitating for?" Lei Yunzi looked at Yi Chen with an extremely complicated gaze when he met everyone's gaze. He then sighed softly and said, "Yanhuang Fortress will withdraw from this matter. We won't help either side." Even though Yi Chen had single-handedly broken the formation that he had set up in the Yanhuang Fortress, even though Yi Chen had caused him a lot of trouble after entering the Yin ruins, it was undeniable that he admired Yi Chen from the beginning until the end, even though the two of them had never met before. In terms of righteousness, he did not want China to lose such a talent. In terms of balance, he did not want China to become the target of public criticism because of Yi Chen. Therefore, he could only remain neutral. As soon as he said that the heavenly venerable of absolute beginning was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. "All right, old Lei Yin, you said it yourself. If you dare to help this person today, It'll be equivalent to becoming our enemy. That was what he wanted to hear from Lei Yunzi. Everyone present knew that it was difficult for Lei Yunzi, who had always been thirsty for talent, to attack Yi Qin. As long as he did not help Yi Qin, it would be enough. Only Huang Fuyu's body trembled as he looked at him in disbelief. Why? He took away what I should have. So why are you so merciful? For China. Lei Yunzi could not bear to look at his gaze. He sighed faintly. Whether it's you or him, you're ultimately a descendant of China. You're both the future hope of the Chinese cultivation world. Bullsh ** T. It's all bullsh * T. Huang Fuyu laughed out of extreme anger. You disappoint me too much. You're too soft-hearted. China is completely hopeless if it's handed over to someone like you. Who does mad Southerny think he is? I, Huang Fuyu, am the son of destiny of China. I'm the direct descendant of the great Emperor Shenyuan. Only I can control the future fate of the Chinese cultivation world. He was almost roaring as he accused Lei Yunzi. Even so, Lei Yunzi's face twitched slightly as he said, as long as I'm still the person in charge of the Yanhuang stronghold, I won't take back my words. If you don't like me, you can contact the others to dismiss me after you return. Don't worry, I will definitely remove you from office. Huang Fuyu sneered. You will. When we return, you will be jointly dismissed by the other 7 clans. The primordial heavenly lord and the others sneered inwardly when they saw this. It was obvious that Huang Fuyu, the acknowledged #1 genius of the Shenyuan 8 clans, had fallen out with Lei Yunzi. As a result, the Shenyuan 8 clans would split, and the foreign sects would be the ultimate beneficiaries. Even Yi Qin was a little surprised. In his memory, all of the Shenyuan 8 races were selfish beings, but Lei Yunzi had refreshed his understanding of them over and over again. Good, very good. The heavenly venerable lord of absolute beginning laughed thrice and looked at Yi Qin again. Junior, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Emperor seal, cripple your cultivation base, kneel down and surrender, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Boom! Along with his words, the silent space began to boil as incorporeal killing intent engulfed everything, as if they wanted to destroy the heavens and earth. Everyone's hearts tightened. Was a great battle finally going to break out? Yi Qin was indifferent when faced with such a scene. Instead, he turned to look at Feng Wuxia. Brother Feng, what day is it today? Feng Wuxia was slightly stunned. Today is the 10th day of the 7th month on the lunar calendar. Why? The 10th day of the 7th month on the lunar calendar. Yi Qin's eyes flashed. It's a great omen today. It's a good time to kill. The primordial, heavenly venerable's gaze was cold. How dare you boast shamelessly when you're about to die? Remember, the person who killed you is the primordial, heavenly venerable. With that, he took a step forward and waved his sleeve. Rumble! A black dragon that looked like a bolt of black lightning shot out from his sleeve. It then expanded to dozens of meters and charged at Yi Qin with a destructive aura. Under this attack, heaven and earth rumbled like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. It was as if the world had turned upside down, causing many people's scalps to go numb. Primordial battle technique. Seeing that the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Hongyuan's pupils constricted, I didn't expect old man Taichu to use this primordial battle technique. Rumor has it that this battle technique was created by a heaven illuminator. Once this battle technique is used, even gods and ghosts will have to retreat. Senior Yi. Feng Zue, who was trapped, roared in his heart. To him, even if Yi Qin had stepped into the void refinement stage, how could he compare to the primordial heavenly venerable, who had been famous for many years? What a pity! Lei Yunzi shook his head, slightly, feeling extremely regretful. Feng Wuxia revealed a serious expression and could not help but look at Yi Qin. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds rolled back, and a black dragon let out a godlike roar as it charged at Yi Chen. At that moment, the space collapsed. Suddenly, a white palm streaked across the sky. It was Yi Chen who had attacked. Then, under everyone's gaze, the black dragon that was shrouded in terrifying killing intent dissipated with a bang, turning into terrifying energy that swept in all directions. Interesting. Seeing this, the primordial heavenly venerable narrowed his eyes. So you've stepped into the void refinement stage. No wonder you dare to be so fearless. As soon as he said that, the world fell silent. Void refinement stage. Mad Southern Yi had actually stepped into the void refinement stage. Even the expressions of the Panwu immortal sect and the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Hanyuan, and the others changed slightly. After all, the void refinement stage was not something that the soul formation stage could compare to. At this stage, he was almost on equal footing with them. Looks like this declining galaxy is still lucky to have given birth to a talent like you. No wonder you could destroy my primordial sect and kill countless of my disciples. The primordial heavenly venerable said sternly, but so what? You shouldn't have offended my primordial sect. We're from a foreign sect, yet a mere native like you dares to offend us. You deserve to die. Old man, you talk too much nonsense. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he soared into the sky, as if he was going to turn into an immortal god and soar into the sky. Yi Chen let out a long roar and attacked again. He slapped out with his palm that contained great terror. Heaven and earth were boiling, and the vast true origin energy pressure caused the space within a radius of 3,000 meters to crack. You're courting death. The primordial heavenly venerable snorted coldly, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a black divine Rui shuttle. The divine shuttle was dripping with pungent blood. It was like a ghost ship that had harvested countless lives. This was vile energy that had accumulated for countless years. End of this chapter. Chapter 1563. The Dark Soul Shuttle. The other void refinement stage powerhouses were shocked when they saw this scene. The old man, absolute beginning, is serious. Even Feng Tianqiu could not help but say, rumor has it that this Dark Soul Shuttle was refined by a ruthless person from the outer realm who killed his way into the Nether River. It's extremely ferocious. Smack! With a loud bang, the terrifying divine shuttle released an even stronger aura of death. Subsequently, it suppressed Yi Chen with a terrifying aura. Get lost! Yi Chen turned into a huge hand and slapped it. The golden light was like a rainbow, and it immediately sent the shuttle flying. The space collapsed on the spot. He actually sent the Dark Soul Shuttle flying? At that moment, the other void refinement stage powerhouses were shocked, and disbelief flashed through their eyes. This kid is indeed monstrous. Someone could not help but admit he can send the heavenly venerable absolute beginning's Dark Soul Shuttle flying with his physical strength alone. This kind of strength is enough for us to take him seriously. Come back. The heavenly venerable absolute beginning's expression was as gloomy as water. With a summon, the Dark Soul Shuttle landed in his hand again. Then, an endless aura of death erupted and attacked Yi Chen again. This time he used his full strength. People at this level rarely fought to the death. Once they wanted to determine life and death, the process might only take a single thought. Old man, absolute beginning, you keep calling me a native. Do you think that earthlings are easy to bully? I've killed countless pieces of trash like you back then. Yi Chen's palm glowed. He took a step forward, and his 5 fingers instantly melted into a divine sword. He slashed forward. Zap! At that moment, everyone's eyes were stunned. A ray of sword chi tore through the air. The golden sword chi shone brilliantly, as if it could illuminate the mountains and rivers through the ages. It was incomparably resplendent. It was a godlike young man. He held a heavenly sword in his hand and slashed out with all his might. This was not a sword of the human world at all. It was more like a sword of an immortal. It should not exist in the human world at all. This is... Lei Yunzi was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Supreme sword intent. This is supreme sword intent." I didn't expect that apart from cultivating both spells and martial arts, this kid sword Dao is also unparalleled. Boom! As Yi Chen slashed with his sword, heaven and earth trembled at that moment. A wave that could destroy everything in the 3 realms and 6 paths spread out like a tide. This is bad. Sensing the might of that sword, the heavenly venerate of Taichu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yi Chen to possess such a terrifying sword Dao cultivation base. He roared and pushed his hands out. Clack! However, his soul treasure, the God Soul shuttle, exploded before that strike. It was like a knife cutting through tofu, and it transformed into countless fragments that dispersed into the surroundings. The sword light disappeared. Uffed! As blood splattered, 2 arms flew into the air. The absolute beginning heavenly sovereign vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. If one took a closer look, they would discover that his arms had been forcefully severed, and the boiling blood that flowed out incinerated countless lives. And it was at this moment that the heavens and the earth fell into a deathly silence. Mad, Southern, ye actually repelled the heavenly Lord of absolute beginning? Countless people gasped. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. How is this possible? Huang Fuyu blurted out subconsciously, his eyes filled with disbelief. The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning stared fixedly at Yi Chen. What sword is that? One strike, just one strike had almost killed him. At this moment, he didn't know why, but he actually felt a trace of a chill in his heart. How was this possible? This kid was just a native of Earth. Even if he was lucky enough to step into void refinement, how could he unleash such monstrous battle prowess? He roared maniacally in his heart. Of course, it's a sword that kills dogs. It specializes in killing arrogant, and illiterate foreign dogs like you. Yi Chen's gaze was deep, and his sword-like eyebrows reached his temples. From the beginning to the end, his expression was extremely calm. He took a step forward, and the space shattered directly. He suddenly attacked the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning like an ancient god walking in the mortal world. Die! The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning also went crazy. Void-shattering, primordial sword! Suddenly, a dazzling sword gleam that was as dazzling as a star shot out from the top of his head. The sword gleam slashed at Yi Chen's head with an aura that could destroy everything. Clang! Yi Chen resisted it with his physical body. With a flick of his finger, he sent the second primordial spirit treasure flying with 2 fingers, forcing the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning to retreat again. After 2 primordial spirit treasures were destroyed consecutively, the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning's mind had long been damaged. In addition to Yi Chen's imposing aura and unparalleled might, he had long lost his initial ambition. He was beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched this scene. Were they hallucinating? The ancestor of a sect, a void refinement old monster, a rare top-notch powerhouse in the foreign sects, was being beaten back repeatedly at this moment. Too powerful. This mad Southernie is too powerful. Someone's lips trembled. A mere heavenly venerate of absolute beginning is no match for him at all. It's hard to imagine that such a monster was born in this abandoned galaxy. Meanwhile, the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Honyuan, and the others watched this scene with solemn expressions. The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning's battle prowess was not much different from theirs, but he was still forced to this point. If it were them, how good would it be? Boom! Yi Chen's right arm turned into a golden divine sword and cut off one of the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning's legs. He said coldly, heavenly venerate of absolute beginning. Is this the pride you rely on? Aren't you quite capable? Aren't you looking down on cultivators from Earth? Today, I'll give you the right to be arrogant. He walked through the shattered void, invincible and looking down on everything. The vast pressure almost suppressed the entire world. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the side and charged at Yi Qin. It was as fast as lightning. It's the powerhouse of the Panwu immortal sect. He can't help but attack. Is this a 2-on-1 fight? Someone's body trembled. Mad Southern Yi Dai, an old man in a golden Taoist robe with a sage-like demeanor, had a sea of divine consciousness that turned into a blood-colored ocean. He attacked Yi Chen with a surging divine consciousness. Yi Chen was fearless. He slammed his hand down and used his physical body to resist the terrifying divine consciousness attack. The blood-colored ocean was torn into pieces and dispersed. Blurg, the Panwu immortal sect powerhouse, screamed and was sent flying. Defeated, the powerhouse of the Panwu immortal sect has also been defeated. Everyone was completely terrified. Clang! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky. A golden dragon spear pierced through the sky and slashed at Yi Chen with eternal light. The person from the great Jiang God dynasty has attacked. Someone shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the sky suddenly turn into a sea of fire. The temperature rose violently as if heavenly fire was pouring down. Fang Tianqiu from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has also attacked. The people from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land have also attacked. Oh my God! For void refinement cultivators have attacked together just to deal with mad Southern Yi. It's a big scene, it's definitely a big scene. At that moment, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly rose to the extreme. Countless people were so shocked that their scalps went numb. End of this chapter. Chapter 1564. In the vast demonic land, the eyes of the two figures, one big and one small, pierced through the endless darkness and reached outside the demonic land. The golden toad cursed angrily. These old farts are really shameless. They actually joined forces to bully him. I'm so angry. Second brother, if we don't make a move, that brat will really be in danger. Hearing this, a golden ape held a large stick and said silently, Boss said that this is that person's calamity and also our test for him. If he can pass the test, perhaps. Outside the boiling, desolate God's tomb, heaven and earth shook. For figures that were as vast as the sea covered heaven and earth one after another. They attacked Yi Chen with monstrous killing intent. For peerless killing intent shook heaven and earth. It was the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Honyuan, Fang Tianqiu of the Heaven Essence Chamber of Commerce, and the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. The heavenly venerable Taishu had been defeated. The powerhouse of the Panwu immortal sect had also been defeated. In the end, he even forced the remaining void refinement old monsters to join forces and attack. Prior to this, the person who had created this scene was merely a native cultivator at the pinnacle of the soul formation stage on Earth. Who would have thought that this would happen? This is a grand scene, a grand scene. Someone was shocked to death. Regardless of whether this mad Southern Yi lives or dies, his name has completely shaken the Yin ruins and even spread to the outer realm. Mad Southern Yi, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers today. Jiang Hongyuan held a golden dragon spear in his hand. The resplendent and terrifying emperor aura almost covered the world, making him look like an ancient emperor descending to the mortal world. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant and condescending. If one took a closer look, they would realize that there was a hint of regret and fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. As long as he was given time, he would definitely become a heaven illuminator. He was almost certain. If he had known that Yi Chen was so monstrous, how could the great Jiang God dynasty have gotten involved in this? In the end, they had offended someone who was about to become an emperor. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There's no need to be noisy. Facing the 4 void refinement stage powerhouses who were attacking him together, Yi Chen stepped into the air. His black robe fluttered, and he looked heroic. His eyes were as calm and deep as the galaxy. I'll kill all of you dogs from the outer realm today. Shameless boasting. Jiang Hongyuan shouted coldly, soul-absorbing Tyrannosaurus spear. With a light shake of his hand, the dragon's spear immediately turned into an extremely ferocious dragon shadow. It shattered the sky and charged at Yi Chen, a mid-grade Dao artifact. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Cultivators at the Void training stage could fuse weapons into their divine souls and refine them. These weapons were called primordial spirit treasures or Dao artifacts. Dao artifacts were further divided into low-grade Dao artifacts, mid-grade Dao artifacts, high-grade Dao artifacts, and peerless Dao artifacts. Mad Southern Yi, it's not too late for you to submit now. Jiang Hongyuan's killing intent surged like water. Ants. Yi Chen's eyes remained calm as he lifted his finger and pointed forward lightly. Jiang Hongyuan sneered when he saw that. The soul-absorbing Tyrannosaurus spear was a mid-grade Dao artifact. It was condensed from an ancestral dragon vein of the great Jiang God dynasty. It suppressed luck and was invincible in the world. Mad Southern, Yi actually pointed with his finger. He was really extremely confident in his physical body. Roar. The dragon shadow that covered the sky roared and charged at Yi Chen with great terror. Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He pointed his finger gently and landed on the dragon's shadow at a steady pace. At the next moment, Jiang Hongyuan's smile froze. Boom! When the dragon shadow that was transformed from his mid-grade Dao artifact was less than 3 meters away from Yi Chen, it stopped abruptly. Then it let out a sorrowful roar as it rapidly collapsed from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head. Blurg! Jiang Hongyuan spat a mouthful of blood and retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? That was his mid-grade Dao artifact. Any holy land could only produce a few of such treasures. He did not expect Yi Chen to break it with a single finger. At that moment, everyone in the world was shocked. A finger, the mid-grade Dao artifact, shattered, and the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty was severely injured. This is too terrifying. This mad Southern Yi is too terrifying. Could he be the reincarnation of the great Emperor Shenyuan? In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted in the world again. Seeing Yi Chen's shocking combat ability, even Feng Tianqiu and the Void refinement stage powerhouses from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land felt a chill in their hearts. He had defeated 3 Void refinement stage powerhouses by himself. He could be said to be the reincarnation of the God of War. It was truly unwise for them to form enmity with such a person. Everyone, don't panic. At the critical moment, the Heavenly Venerable of Absolute Beginning, who had recovered, said with a pale face, "This brat has just broken through, and his cultivation base is unstable. He must have used some kind of secret technique to unleash his potential. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Don't forget that we have already formed a grudge with this brat. If we allow him to continue growing, it will be our doomsday." The Heavenly Venerable of Absolute Beginning roared. He was truly afraid. The many techniques that Yi Chen had displayed had shattered his confidence one by one, and the speed at which Yi Chen was growing made his scalp tingle. Feng Tianqiu and the woman from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land looked at each other, and they immediately saw the shocking killing intent in each other's eyes. Kill! Feng Tianqiu took a step forward and finally attacked. The woman from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land followed closely behind. Kill! And the Hope of Earth, the Heavenly Venerable of Absolute Beginning, rushed out, followed by the powerhouse of the Panwu Immortal Sect, the third prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Honyuan. At that moment, the 5 void refinement stage powerhouses joined forces completely. They unleashed all the inheritances they had learned and swore to kill Yi Chen on the spot. The heavens and earth were silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. That skinny figure had actually reached such a level. He was fighting the leaders of the 5 holy lands by himself. Who could do that? At that moment, many people from the outer world felt admiration for Yi Chen. It was because Yi Chen's peerless demeanor was unparalleled. Lei Yunzi's face twitched as he watched this scene. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath in, and took a step forward. "You want to save Yi?" Huang Fuyu snorted coldly. "Don't forget, if you make a move, it'll be equivalent to drawing the wrath of the 8 Xianyuan clans. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate us." "This brat is too amazing." Lei Yunzi's body trembled as he said in pain, "He's the hope of China. I can't bear to watch him die." At that moment, an extremely indifferent voice resounded from the void. "If you make a move, your Lei family will be destroyed." As soon as this voice fell, everyone in the world looked over, including the heavenly venerable of absolute beginning and the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 1565. At that moment, a huge old figure appeared in the air and transformed into an old man who landed in this world filled with killing intent. It's the patriarch of the Gu family from the 8 Xianyuan clans. When they saw the old man's face, clearly everyone was shocked. At that moment, fear flashed through the eyes of the heavenly venerable of absolute beginning and the rest. Jiang Honyuan stood proudly with the dragon spear in his hand. "Gugue, is your Gu family going to participate in our battle and help mad Southern Yi?" What no one saw was that with the appearance of the Gu family's patriarch, a fierce smile appeared on Huang Fuyu's face. Lei Yunzi, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. Facing his question, the Gu family's patriarch glanced at Yi Chen expressionlessly. He then landed next to Lei Yunzi and looked straight at Huang Fuyu with his turbid eyes. "Where's the Emperor's seal?" "It's on him." Huang Fuyu pointed at Yi Chen. Under everyone's gaze, the Gu family's patriarch looked at Yi Chen coldly. "Junior, hand over the Emperor's seal. I'll protect you from death and restore your Chinese nationality." Yi Chen said calmly, "What if I don't hand it over?" The Gu family's patriarch narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "If you don't hand it over, then I'll have no choice but to help China eliminate a traitor like you." Yi Chen sneered and said, "Then do it." "Old man, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Stubborn." The Gu family's patriarch shouted and took a step forward, as if he wanted to join the grand battle. "Gugue, you're too presumptuous." At that moment, a loud roar rang out, and a figure blocked the Gu family's patriarch. It was Lei Yunzi. The Gu family's patriarch said coldly, "Old Lei, are you trying to stop me? Don't forget, you're also a member of the 8 Xianyuan clans. You know the importance of the Emperor's seal better than I do." "I'm indeed a member of the 8 Xianyuan clans." Meeting his gaze, Lei Yunzi said in a deep voice, "However, the 8 Xianyuan clans are also Chinese. Your actions today are equivalent to destroying the future hope of China. Is this brat the hope of China?" The patriarch of the Gu family glanced at Yi Chen coldly and said coldly, "The 8 clans of Xianyuan are the hope of China. Only when the 8 clans of Xianyuan prosper can we strengthen China." Lei Yunzi said, "You are not allowed to fight today." At this moment, another figure shook the sky, and then an old man with a sword in hand flew over. "Old Lei, are you rebelling against my Xianyuan 8 clans?" As soon as the sword-wielding elder appeared, a shocking sword intent spread out, as if the world had become a world of swords. "It's the old ancestor of the Huangfu clan of the Xianyuan 8 clans." Someone exclaimed. Lei Yunzi said in a pained voice, "Are you going to go crazy with the Gu family, Huangfu geezer? Don't forget the duty of the Xianyuan 8 families. If you make a move today, you will definitely die." The patriarch of the Huangfu family's expression was indifferent as he said to the patriarch of the Gu family, "Stop him. I'll help fellow Cultivator Absolute Beginning, and the rest eliminate the traitors of China." With that, he turned into a sword ray and landed next to the heavenly venerate of Absolute Beginning and the rest. He looked at Yi Chun expressionlessly and said, "Fellow cultivators, my goal today is the same as yours. There's no need to guard against me." Hearing that, the heavenly venerate of Absolute Beginning was the first to laugh. He looked at Yi Chun and said mockingly, "Mad Southernie, did you see that? Not only us, but even your own people in China want you dead. Too many people want you dead. Old Huangfu." Yi Chun suddenly smiled and looked at the patriarch of Huangfu. "You keep saying that I'm a traitor of China. May I ask, have I done anything against China?" The patriarch of Huangfu said blankly, "You don't respect the orders of the 8 clans of Shenyuan. You're a traitor." "Ha ha ha!" Yi Chun laughed out loud as his black hair danced in the wind. "Do you think the 8 clans of Shenyuan represent China? You're just 8 selfish existences. Be *** attack." The patriarch of Huangfu roared furiously. A shocking sword gleam shot into the sky from his body, tearing through the clouds and cutting through the void. The sword intent suppressed all directions. "Kill!" The heavenly venerate of Absolute Beginning's killing intent surged. At the next moment, the 6 void refinement stage powerhouses attacked together. Terrifying pressure and invisible killing intent enveloped the entire world. It was as if it penetrated deep into one's bones, causing everyone to tremble. What a pity. Looks like Mad Southernie is going to die today. Someone sighed in his heart as if it was a pity. 6 void refinement stage powerhouses joining forces. Such a lineup has never been seen in the Yin ruins. No matter how peerless Mad Southernie is, it's difficult for him to resist. If such a person continues to grow, he will definitely become a heaven illuminator in the future. Looks like the heavens want to destroy Earth's hope. Someone said resentfully, "It's good that such a person dies. It'll let the natives of this world know that the supreme sects of the outer realm are inviolable." Lei Yunzi closed his eyes in despair. Huangfu Yu sneered, "Old Lei, take a good look. The hope of China that you value is destined to die. Only I'm China's hope." His eyes were filled with madness, as if he could see Yi Chen's bloody end. "Very good, very good." Yi Chen suddenly let out a long roar like a demon. "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. You're forcing me to start a massacre." Then he overlapped his hands, and a strange seal circled around his fingertips. Under everyone's gaze, 2 balls of black and white energy condensed between his palms. The black and white intersected. It was the yin and yang energy, and the taiji pattern. What is he doing? Everyone could not help but focus when they saw that. Even the heavenly venerable of Absolute Beginning and the rest stopped subconsciously. They stared fixedly at the scene. Their intuition told them that this change in seal seemed to be some kind of divinity. Only the smile on Yi Wushuang's lips grew brighter. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the taiji pattern in Yi Chen's hand suddenly expanded. Then it turned into 2 streams of black energy that spun rapidly beside him. In an instant, heaven and earth shook as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. At that moment, endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth moved toward him crazily. It covered the sky and earth, drowning him completely. Yi Chen stood with his head held high. He absorbed spiritual energy from all directions and devoured the essence of the sun and moon. Meanwhile, the 2 streams of black and white energy beside him began to grow violently. Under everyone's gaze, 2 figures suddenly walked out of Yi Chen's body. One of them was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in black. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 figures were exactly the same as Yi Chen in terms of appearance and height. They were like twins. Among them, the green-robed Yi Chen had a cold gaze. The white-robed Yi Qin looked like an immortal with outstanding grace. The black-robed Yi Chen's demonic energy surged. He was like the reincarnation of the demon lord. The three Yi Qin stood side by side. Each of them had a different temperament. Three terrifying auras shrouded the surroundings, making one's heart palpitate. End of this chapter. Chapter 1566. Boom! Heaven and earth collapsed, space roared, and the world was in an uproar. It was as if a god had descended into the world. In the void, three identical figures stood side by side. What's that? At that moment, everyone's eyes landed on the three Yi Qin. There was only intense shock left in their hearts. Even the heavenly venerate of Taichu and the rest could not help but reveal shocked expressions. It was because they realized that the three Yi Chen's cultivation base were all at beginner stage, void refinement stage. The pressure that the black and white Yi Chen gave them was no less than the green-robed Yi Chen from before. Clone technique. The heavenly venerate of Taichu's voice became much sharper. This is not an ordinary clone technique. Fong Tianqiu of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was shocked as he said in a deep voice, "Our Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has roamed the heavens, but we've never seen such a strange clone technique. I think this brat must have refined 2 puppets." The rest were secretly shocked. They did not expect Yi Qin to still have tricks up his sleeves at this moment. The heavenly venerate of Taichu's pupils constricted violently as killing intent surged in his heart. Whether it's a puppet or a clone, this brat will definitely die today. The more monstrous Yi Chen's performance was, the more determined they were to kill him no matter the price. Kill. At this moment, the 6th void refinement stage Almighties attacked with all their might. They no longer hesitated. An invisible killing intent that erupted directly wiped out countless living beings. Countless cultivators prostrated on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Perfect timing. The green-robed Yi Chen's gaze was calm. "This time, I'll make all of you dogs from the outer realm kneel under my feet." The black-robed Yi Chen's eyes were cold. He descended from the heavens like a supreme demon lord. "Slaughter them to prove my demon Tao. 800 autumns have passed since I attained the Tao. Today, I'll take your head with my flying sword." The white-robed Yi Chen's white clothes fluttered like an ancient immortal. The green-robed Yi Chen took a step forward. He was domineering and cold as he took the initiative to face the heavenly venerate of Taichu, the 3rd prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Hanyuan, and the patriarch of the 8 Xianyuan clans. Boom! Junior die. The grand beginning heavenly lord's face was filled with resentment as he attacked with all his might. His first attack was a killing move. He summoned a purple electric net from the void. The electric net was densely covered in terrifying lightning and resplendent flames. It condensed into a terrifying killing formation. Killing intent devoured the sky as it charged at Yi Qin. Mid-grade Tao artifact, violet lightning, divine fire shield. Someone exclaimed, "The absolute beginning heavenly lord is really going all out." Boom! The net of lightning and divine fire intertwined in the sky. It was as if a vast ocean had been thrown down. That terrifying aura caused everyone to feel despair. Bang! At that moment, a gigantic hand that could cover the sky exploded above Yi Chen's head. The gigantic palm faced upwards as if it was holding up the sky. Pop! With an earth-shattering bang, the electric net that was as vast as the sea was smashed by the giant palm, turning into endless terrifying energy that shook the surroundings. Uft! The heavenly lord of absolute beginning spat out another mouthful of blood. 3 of his trump cards had been destroyed by Yi Qin. It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. Everyone was incomparably terrified. The patriarch of Huangfu attacked as well. He did not give Yi Qin a chance to catch his breath. He held a Tao sword in his hand, as if he had cut through the 9 heavens, causing a part of the world to fall. Sword domain. Someone could not help but mutter. Rumor has it that the patriarch of Huangfu is known as the #1 sword Dao cultivator among the 8 Xianyuan clans. From the looks of it, he lives up to his reputation. This sword domain has probably reached the stage of evolving a world. I have to admit that you're amazing. The patriarch of Huangfu's eyes were like lightning. But do you really think you can stop me by yourself? You're courting death. Shut up, Yi Qin said coldly and attacked again. Will of sun and moon. Everyone felt their vision blur. When they looked again, they saw the sky tear apart and a sun and moon appeared at the same time. The world shook, and chaos surged as if heaven and earth were being reopened. Boom! Suddenly, the patriarch of Huangfu let out a blood-curdling scream. His left arm, along with the Dao sword, shattered and fell heavily to the ground. Whoosh! This time, everyone was scared stiff. Even the patriarch of Huangfu, who is known as the #1 sword Dao cultivator among the 8 Xianyuan clans, could not do anything to Mad Southern Yi. The latter was too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the face of the great Jiang God dynasty's 3rd prince, Jiang Honyuan, who was at the back, twitched violently. He was completely shocked. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. From the moment they attacked until now, it had only been a few breaths of time. The heavenly lord of absolute beginning and the patriarch of Huangfu had been injured one after another. Now that he was the only one left, how could he deal with them? He retreated frantically, as he thought to this point. He had made up his mind to retreat from this battle and stop fighting Yi Qin. However, Yi Chan seemed to have sensed his intentions. He took a step forward and appeared before the former in the blink of an eye. Then his right arm instantly melted into a divine sword and slashed out. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, thousands of sword gleams shot out at the same time. The void was directly pierced into a beehive. Sensing the attack, Jiang Hongyuan's hair stood on end. He immediately said subconsciously, Mad Southern Yi, let's talk this out. Blurg! However, before he could finish speaking, his entire body was instantly swept by the overwhelming sword gleam. Even his body and protective Dao artifact were torn apart, turning into an endless mist of blood that surged into the sky. Boom! At the same time, a torrential rain of blood rained down from heaven and earth. It was as if heaven and earth were crying, and it was tragic. A void refinement cultivator died, and a rain of blood fell. This was the natural phenomenon of a void refinement cultivator dying. At that moment, the world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The great Jiang God dynasty's 3rd prince had died. A dignified void refinement cultivator was killed by Yi Qin right in front of them. Even his soul was not spared. Just how shocking was this? At that moment, the heavenly lord of absolute beginning and the rest stopped moving. Then they widened their eyes and stared at the blood mist in the sky. Fellow Jiang Hongyuan! Someone roared furiously. His eyes were filled with shock, fear, disbelief, and shock. The 6 void refinement cultivators had joined forces to fight Yi Qin. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of them had died. How could they accept that? Below, Jiang Li almost fainted. Uncle! On the other hand, Huang Fuyu's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the scene. The first one. Yi Qin was invincible. His long black hair fluttered behind him as he walked toward the heavenly lord of absolute beginning step by step with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. With every step he took, the killing intent on his body soared. He was like an Azura from hell. End of this chapter. Chapter 1567. The heavenly venerate of Taichu's heart sank when he met Yi Chen's cold gaze. He could not help but say with a trembling voice, Mad Southern Yi, are you really going to fight us to the death? He was afraid. He was really afraid. 6 void refinement cultivators had joined forces. but Yi Qin still killed one of them. Moreover, he did not seem to be injured at all. Now that there were only 5 of them left, how could they continue fighting? The patriarch of Huangfu's right arm that was hanging behind him could not stop trembling. Mad Southerny, I'm willing to withdraw from this battle and restore your Chinese nationality. No. At the next moment, a grotto heaven's voice shook the void again. This furious roar resounded through the entire void, the entire outer area of the Yin ruins, and even the core. In the void, a young woman who looked like a fairy suddenly collapsed. A large amount of blood, mist dyed the clouds red, and then it rained blood. Another void refinement cultivator had fallen. Fairy Lu. At that moment, the heavenly venerate of Tai Chu and the rest fixed their eyes on the woman from the heavenly jade holy land who was killed by Yi Qin. It was an extremely shocking scene. Yi Qin split into 3 and fought the 6 void refinement cultivators head-on, but 2 of them were killed instead. Yi Qin's eyes were cold and merciless. He conjured a giant hand and charged at the patriarch of Huangfu. All of you will die today! Be * starred. The patriarch of Huangfu was terrified and he fell into madness. Quickly send a message to the other old fogies. We won't rest until we die today. Lei Yunzi's body trembled violently. Old fogey Huangfu, you're crazy! Boom! With a loud bang, a golden imperial edict suddenly appeared in Jiang Li's hand. Then he bit his middle finger. This unfilial disciple requests Grandpa Emperor to help. Drip, after the drop of blood fell into the golden imperial edict, the entire sky suddenly split into 2, as if terrifying lightning was brewing within. Boom! Another beam of light shot into the clouds. The heavenly jade holy lady knelt on the ground. Holy land, please help! In the demon god forest, the miserable shriek also resounded here. Qianqiu Wuhan placed his hands behind his back and looked at the cracked sky in the distance. Things have actually come to this, but it's still not enough. He shook his head, slightly. Not enough, far from enough. I haven't killed to the point of Yinshu's bloodshed. I haven't killed to the point where everyone trembles within the immortal tower. Ling Long held the lantern in her hand and looked at the horizon in shock. Sect Master, you've guessed it right again. Those 6 people are no match for that person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized the divine oracle of Great Jiang. This abandoned star field actually gave birth to such a talent, the carnal desires Taoist Lord mumbled to himself. What kind of divine art is that? Why have I never seen it before? Ling Long gritted her teeth. Tao Master, what are you waiting for? Is there still no movement from the demon god forest? The human desired Tao Lord looked towards the demon god forest and remained silent for a short while before he said, What a good temper, but I can't wait any longer. With that, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared into heaven and earth. Deep within the vast demonic earth, the golden toad stomped its feet. Second brother, what are you waiting for? Are you going to sit back and watch Yin Su get destroyed? Hearing that, the golden ape in front of it remained silent. However, a hint of struggle flashed through its scarlet eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a peerless sword intent pierced through the darkness and reached the depths of the sky. It caused the demons in the endless darkness to roar. Second brother, there's movement from the Xianyuan sword. The golden toad revealed a look of disbelief when it saw that. Subsequently, a dignified voice came from the temple. Second brother, go and protect this person. I think some people can't sit still anymore. Yes, the golden ape's body trembled before it disappeared into the darkness. Boom, 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 outside the desolate god's tomb. In just a few breaths' time, countless resplendent beams of light shot into the sky. It was the Panwu celestial sect. Fong Tianqiu and the rest sent a distress signal to the forces behind them. Crazy, they've really gone crazy. Things have gotten out of hand. I'm afraid all the powerhouses of the 5 sacred grounds have come out to deal with mad Southern Yi. It's a mess. Insu is in complete chaos. They're going to turn the world upside down. At that moment, everyone shuddered, seeing that Feng Wuxia, who had been watching from afar, had a slight change in expression. Brother Yi, things are bad. These old fellows are starting to call for reinforcements. Leave, leave. If the 5 sacred grounds go all out, you'll definitely die. Little friend. Lei Yunzi suddenly looked at Yi Chen and cried, Run, run quickly, run to the outer realm. There's no place for you in Yinshu anymore. Run? Where do you think you're going? In an instant, the sky exploded, and an old man in a golden imperial robe slowly appeared in the sky. The old man's imperial dragon energy covered the sky, as if he was an ancient emperor that had descended into the world. The second prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Duxing. Lei Yunzi sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw who it was. Extreme shock immediately appeared on his old face. Not only him, even the hearts of the heavenly lord of absolute beginning and the rest twitched violently. The second prince of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Duxing, a late-stage void refinement old monster. His status and strength were second only to the great Jiang God. Jiang Li, who was grieving, cried emotionally, Grandfather! The old man in the royal robe was like a god. He ignored everything and looked at Yi Chen calmly. Junior, you killed someone from the great Jiang God dynasty. Come with me. As soon as he said that, a huge hand grabbed at Yi Chen from the sky. Looking at the seemingly ordinary hand that covered the sky, Yi Chen's expression finally changed slightly. Late-stage void refinement. Even though he had stepped into the void refinement stage and had the ability of 3 pure ones, it would still be quite troublesome if he really encountered a late-stage void refinement stage cultivator. Brat, things have blown up. The artifact spirit of the Emperor Seal sighed softly. Seeing that, the countless figures in the world looked at Yi Chen with sympathy again. This brat was a monster, but unfortunately he could not escape death in the end. Yi Chen's eyes flashed as the true origin energy in his body exploded. So what if you're at late-stage void refinement? Do you think I'm someone who's trapped? At that moment, a second hand that covered the sky suddenly reached out from the void and collided with Jiang Duxing's hand. Old Jiang, why didn't you lie in the coffin and wait for death? Why did you come out? Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the galaxy had collapsed. This sudden scene caused everyone to be shocked. They did not expect that Jiang Duxing would make a move, and this matter would once again become troublesome. Jiang Duxing's gaze turned grim. Sect master of human desire, I didn't expect you to be unable to hold it in either. End of this chapter. Chapter 1569. In the endless void, a golden human-shaped skeleton came from afar. His empty eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent, as if he had just experienced a bloody battle. There was still a pungent smell of blood on his body. What's that? An undying thing? An undying being? Everyone could not resist his gaze, and they were both afraid and shocked. Could it be that the one from the corpse demon sea has arrived? No, he's not Saint Sanya. Who exactly is he? Everyone was shocked by the existence of the golden, human-shaped skeleton. In Insu, creatures like the golden, human-shaped skeleton only existed in the corpse demon sea. Moreover, only the master of the corpse demon sea, Saint Sanya, was golden. Is that it? Yi Chen stared at it for a few seconds. A gleam suddenly exploded in his eyes. He suddenly recalled the red, human-shaped skeleton that he had encountered in the War Sky Martial God's tomb. He did not expect the former to grow to such an extent in such an extreme time. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yi Chen would not have believed it. The golden, human-shaped skeleton descended above Yi Chen's head. It stood tall, and the pair of golden bone wings on its back covered the sky. It looked at Yi Chen with its dazzling eyes. "Friend, I'm here!" Friend, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had not known the former for long, but he did not expect the latter to treat him as a friend. He had even come to this killing trap for him. With the appearance of the golden, human-shaped skeleton, the situation changed again. Jiang Duxing, the leader of the great Jiang God dynasty, shouted, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our holy lands? Aren't you afraid of being crushed? My name is Tribulation. Whoever dares to touch my friend today will be my enemy." The golden skeleton's voice shook the surroundings, looking down on everything. "Why are you wasting time talking to them? Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't do anything to them today." The Patriarch of Panwu roared and took the lead to attack. Attack! Jiang Duxing's gaze was sinister. At that moment, even the previous saintess of the Heavenly Jade Holy Land, Lin Miaoi, attacked. The 3 late-stage, void refinement stage experts joined forces. Their might could be said to be earth-shattering and oppressive. They're finally fighting. It's a mess. Insu is in complete chaos. I don't know how many people will die and how much blood will be shed before this ends. At the sight of this, countless people were shocked to the extreme. Under the pressure of the 3 void tempering stage cultivators, they almost suffocated. "Fine. Today I'll teach you how to behave." The Tao Lord of Carnal Desires laughed domineeringly. Boom! In the void, a large black hand suddenly reached out, as if it was the hand of a demon god that had descended from the distant, unknown star region. Crack! The terrifying hand directly grabbed at the Panwu immortal sect's old ancestor, who was at the forefront. With a crisp sound, a bloody arm was torn off. "Ah!" Patriarch Pan Wu screamed and retreated. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He specialized in the cultivation of his physical body and was known to be invincible. But now one of his arms was torn off. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. When the other 2 saw this, they gasped and looked at the Master of Human Desires in shock. "Master of Human Desires, you've broken through the monarch's shackle?" The top cultivators of the 5 sacred grounds all knew about the Master of Human Desires, Chen Wuhen, and the others. They knew that these people were terrifyingly powerful, so they didn't dare to provoke them. Even so, the people of the 5 sacred grounds still tried their best to find out their backgrounds. Generally speaking, they could only display the strength of the void tempering stage at most. However, the Master of Human Desires' method of injuring the Panwu immortal sect's old ancestor greatly shocked them. For a moment, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The Master of Human Desires ignored everyone's gazes and said leisurely, "Even if I can't break through the monarch's shackle, I can still suppress all of you. Brother Human Desires, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be like this." At this moment, another golden human skeleton appeared in the void. It looked down on the world with a terrifying corpse aura that blotted out the sky. The Master of Human Desires' calm expression finally changed. "Old Demon 3 Nether, I didn't expect you to lose control too." Whoosh! An uproar resounded between heaven and earth. The Master of the Corpse Demon Sea, Supreme Lord Tribulations, had arrived. As Supreme Lord Tribulations appeared, the golden human skeleton that came to help Yi Chen, Tribulation, looked at the former with bright eyes. "I'm only here for one person this time." Supreme Lord Tribulation smiled and looked at Tribulation. "It's because of this person. I hope Brother Human Desires won't misunderstand." The Master of Human Desires smiled faintly. "Why? Could it be that this friend is your twin brother?" Supreme Lord Tribulations said indifferently, "This person is a remnant that I carelessly let go back then. Today, I'm just collecting interest. I'm not making an enemy out of you. Brother Human Desires." Tribulation looked at him provocatively, his body filled with battle intent. "Today's battle is destined between us." Yi Chen's eyes flickered when he heard that. It seemed like there was an extraordinary grudge between Tribulation and the old demon 3 Nether. Otherwise, The two of them would not be so similar and have such a strong smell of gunpowder. If it was another day, I naturally wouldn't care who you want to target. The master of human desires chuckled and said, "However, this friend is here to help us today, so he's on the same side. If you attack him now, it's obvious that you're looking down on me." Supreme Lord Tribulation's eyes narrowed. "If that's the case, then we can only fight." Everyone present was a person who had lived for countless years. Since they had already spoken to this point, there was no need to be secretive anymore. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Tribulation soared into the sky and turned into a divine flame that surged towards Supreme Lord Tribulations. He shouted domineeringly, "Do you dare to fight me alone?" "Why wouldn't I?" Supreme Lord Tribulations said coldly, "Back then, I let you go due to a moment of carelessness, causing you to grow to this day. Today, I won't repeat the same mistake. Kill." Tribulation erupted, and the two of them exchanged blows. Although both of them were skeletons, their movements were not slower than a living person's. With a wave of their hands, they could move mountains, fill seas, and summon wind and rain. Jiang Duxing said coldly, "Primordium, the three of us will hold back the master of human desires. The rest of you will kill that ye brat." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a golden divine general landed before the heavenly lord of Primordium. "This is the great Jiang divine general that I've refined day and night. It can unleash the strength of a late-stage void refinement cultivator." "Thank you, fellow Jiang." The heavenly lord of Primordium was extremely excited. "Attack!" The previous saintess of the heavenly jade holy ground, Lin Miaoi, shouted. A vast starry avatar suddenly appeared behind her, as if it was carrying the heavens and realms. "Kill!" Patriarch Panwu and Jiang Duxing attacked one after another. Intense killing intent locked onto the Tao Master of carnal desires, and they formed a strange formation that seemed to seal off the vast space. P.S. The first chapter. There's still one more chapter. The power went out, so I drove to the county overnight to write. I might not be able to complete the promised 3 chapters, but 2 chapters should not be a problem. I can only complete the 3rd chapter tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1570. Kill that Yi-Guy. At the same time, the heavenly venerate of Tai Chu, Feng Tianqiu, Patriarch Huangfu, and the rest looked at each other. Then, they charged at Yi Chen with invisible killing intent. "Are you bullying us because we have fewer people?" The carnal desires sect master sneered and shouted, "Ling Long!" Boom! In the void, a paper lantern appeared out of thin air. Then, a peerless woman holding a lantern broke through the boundary and arrived. It was Ling Long glanced at the heavenly venerate of Tai Chu and the rest. Suddenly, she removed the lantern's cover, revealing a wisp of black flame. The flame was the size of a bean, but it made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh! Ling Long opened her red lips and blew gently at the black flame in the lantern. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a strand of hair-like black flame landed on divine General De Jiang, who was controlled by the heavenly venerate of Tai Chu at lightning speed. Boom! The divine general, who was comparable to a late-stage void refinement cultivator, was instantly engulfed by the black flame and burned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked when they saw this. When they looked at Ling Long again, their gazes were filled with fear. No one expected that this woman, who looked even more beautiful than the previous saintess of the heavenly jade holy land, Lin Miaoi, would be so terrifying. "It's the void demonic flame." Jiang Duxing sucked in a cold breath and looked at the lantern in Ling Long's hand in shock. "Carnal Desires Sect Master, I didn't expect you to have refined the void demonic flame." Carnal Desires Technique. The Carnal Desires Sect Master's voice shook heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, terrifying apparitions appeared above his head. From afar, It looked like a map of hell. It was filled with ghostly wails and bloody scenes. Kill! Jiang Dexing and the rest could not care too much. They joined forces and charged at the carnal desires sect master. Rumble! In an instant, heaven and earth shook as if the sky had been ruthlessly sliced open. The void was being destroyed, wildly. The might was terrifying. Tribulation and supreme sage Sayu fought fiercely. Ling Long suddenly looked at Yi Qin. "Fellow Yi, it's up to you now." "Thanks a lot." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Then he looked at the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning and the rest. "No matter who comes today, you won't be able to escape death." Shameless braggart. The Absolute Beginning Heavenly Lord's eyes were filled with resentment as he said sinisterly, "You want to kill all of us? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" "Really?" Yi Qin seemed to be mumbling. Then he took a deep breath in and looked at the black and white Yi Qin next to him. He said coldly, "Three pure ones return to one." Buzz! Under everyone's gaze, the black and white Yi Qin nodded in unison and merged into his body. The aura on Yi Qin's body rose rapidly. In the end, it was as if a god had been resurrected. Boom! When Yi Qin took a step forward, the air shook as if the world had merged with him. He was the only one in the world. All of a sudden, he made his move. It was simple and direct. He punched out with a force that could sweep through all directions. Kill! The patriarch of Huangfu waved his sword with one hand as if he was slashing the galaxy. Sword intent surged and suppressed Yi Qin. If one took a closer look, they would notice that his aura was a little weak. Clearly, he was fighting with his life on the line. "I won't rest until you die." At that moment, Fong Tianqiu, the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning, and the Panwu immortal sect powerhouses attacked one after another. They used their full strength and even activated secret techniques at all costs. That was because everyone knew that it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle between the carnal desire sect master and the rest. Moreover, it would not be a battle of life and death. The real battle was on their side. To them, as long as they killed Yi Qin, the battle would naturally end. Boom! Yi Qin advanced instead of retreating. He charged into the battle between the four of them alone. His fists swept out in all directions, and the power of his physical body erupted. He directly cut off the sword domain that the patriarch of Huangfu had unleashed. At the same time, the attacks of the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning and the Panwu immortal sect powerhouses landed on Yi Qin. To their shock, they could not cause any damage to Yi Qin's body. In the distance, Fong Ziwei and Feng Wuxia's hearts were in their throats. Even they had never seen such a battle before. Crack! Crack! Yi Qin's godlike hair fluttered in the wind. He shattered the patriarch of Huangfu's Dao sword with a punch. The terrifying fist energy did not slow down at all and landed on the patriarch of Huangfu's chest. Ah! The former screamed and was sent flying. If one took a closer look, there was a shocking bloody hole on his chest, and his bones could be seen. Die! While the Panwu immortal sect powerhouse was terrified, he fought with all his might. He actually burned the blood essence in his body and forcefully activated the body, refining divine inscription on his body. "You're the one who's going to die." This time, the killing intent in Yi Qin's eyes intensified. He took a step forward and ignored the former's desperate attack. His right hand melted into a divine sword and cut off the former's head directly. "No!" The Panwu immortal sect powerhouse shouted. His primordial spirit controlled his head and separated body to escape, but it was sliced apart by a sword gleam. Even his primordial spirit was not spared. You, the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning, and the rest were completely terrified. The four of them could not do anything to the other party, even after risking their lives. Instead, one of them was killed. How were they supposed to fight? The third one. Yi Qin's killing intent was like an ocean as he approached the heavenly venerate of Taichu. The heavenly venerate of Taichu had goosebumps all over his body. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Qin to be so crazy. He suddenly gritted his teeth and his primordial spirit left his body. Then he shouted, "Explode!" Rumble. At the critical moment, he chose to self-destruct his body. With a loud bang, the void turned into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground was forcefully flattened for thousands of meters, turning into an endless storm. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Is he dead? The heavenly venerate of Taichu's primordial spirit stared at the storm. His face was filled with madness and hatred. Even a late-stage, void, refinement stage cultivator would not dare to take the self-destruction of his body. Brother Yi! At that moment, Feng Wuxia and the others' hearts were in their throats. However, in the next moment, a godlike figure shot out from the storm. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the heavenly venerate of Taichu's primordial spirit. Patriarch Huangfu and the others almost fainted. Fellow Taichu! He's not dead. Oh my God! Everyone was completely stunned. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything as he quickly approached Patriarch Huangfu. His intense killing intent was almost tangible. Fellow Yi! Patriarch Huangfu's expression changed drastically. He was so scared that his guts were about to explode. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Fellow Yi, we're all Chinese. End of this chapter. Chapter 1571. The pressure shook the world and shook the entire sky. Everyone trembled because of it, and the shock reached deep into their bones. Yi Chen's might was unparalleled. He fought against 4 people alone. No one could stop him. Instead, he killed 2 of them consecutively. Fellow Yi, please spare me. The patriarch of Huangfu was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground. We're all Chinese. We're compatriots. Seeing this scene, everyone felt incredulous. At the same time, they could not help but feel sad for the loss of their own kind. The patriarch of Huangfu was a void, refinement stage almighty after all. He was also the top existence of the Xianyuan 8 clans. However, in order to survive, he had no choice but to abandon his dignity and beg Yi Qin. No one was not afraid of death, especially those who had lived for countless years. At the same time, Lei Yunzi and the rest who were in the distance trembled, especially the Gu family's patriarch and Huang Fuyu. At this moment, they felt as if something in the depths of their hearts had been fiercely shattered, and their faces suddenly became incomparably pale. The patriarch of Huangfu begged for mercy again. Fellow Yi, please spare my life. Everything I've done is for China. Spare you? Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Divine light shot out of his eyes as boundless killing intent swept across everything. When have you ever thought of sparing me? How can such a shameless and selfish old man be worthy of being called a Chinese on the same level as me? The patriarch of Huangfu's face turned pale. His eyes suddenly turned red after knowing that Yi Chen was determined to kill him. I'll fight you to the death! As he roared, the patriarch of Huangfu's expression was extremely ferocious. A layer of invisible flames immediately burned within his body and covered his body. Being forced into a corner, he chose to burn his primordial spirit in exchange for a desperate attack before he died. At the same time, an incomparably resolute and tragic concept swept out with him as the center. As his primordial spirit burned, the power in his body skyrocketed, rising from beginner stage, void, refinement to intermediate stage, void, refinement, forming an earth-shattering storm. From afar, it looked like he had turned into a shattered galaxy and was charging at Yi Chen with the power to destroy the world. As he moved forward, the terrifying feeling became more and more intense. At the last moment, the world seemed to have dimmed, and the only thing left in everyone's eyes was ancestor Huangfu, who seemed to have transformed into a shooting star. Even if I die today, I won't let you have it easy. Ancestor Huangfu's final roar shook the heavens and the earth, and it attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Tao Lord Carnal Desires and the others couldn't help but be moved. In this world, there were very few things that could force a spatial tempering stage mighty figure to ignite their soul or even choose to self-detonate. Upon seeing this, Huang Fuyu was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. To him, not to mention the death of Patriarch Huangfu, even if the 8 Xianyuan clans were destroyed, it would not matter, as long as he could kill Yi Qin. In the eyes of the others, Yi Qin would definitely try his best to avoid such a desperate attack. However, to everyone's shock, Yi Qin did not move as if he did not see it. Only his eyes that were looking at the Patriarch of Huangfu were filled with a sneer. "Do you think you can drag me down with you by risking your life?" A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Yi Qin's lips. "Forget it. I'll let you experience what a divinity is before you die." With that, he slowly stretched out his hands. Divine fist of creation in 33 days, golden fire wheel. As soon as he said that, heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sea of clouds soared. An extremely dazzling sun suddenly appeared in the vast sky. The sun burned with golden divine flames that covered the sky. At that moment, everyone in the world only had the sun in their eyes. It was as if everything had been blinded. What divinity is this? Tao Lord Carnal Desires' eyes lit up. Jiang Duxing and the others looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. It was because they could actually sense a trace of the laws of heaven and earth from this divinity. Laws only a Mahayana stage cultivator who had transcended the heavenly tribulation could sense such a thing. This scene lasted for a long time. Only after it dispersed did everyone gradually see their surroundings clearly. What a powerful divinity! Who won? It must be the Patriarch of Huangfu. After all, he gave it his all. He would never have imagined how terrifying a void refinement stage cultivator who died would be. Is he dead? In the distance, Huangfu Yu's eyes flickered. When everyone's vision completely recovered, they subconsciously looked up. What they saw was a figure in green with black hair and bright eyes. He was as handsome as a god. It was Yi Qin. At that moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Dead, the Patriarch of Huangfu was dead. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Qin. The Patriarch of Huangfu wanted to drag Yi Qin down with him, even if he had to die. Now that Yi Qin was safe and sound, the Patriarch of Huangfu must be dead. This brat is too terrifying. Even a void refinement stage cultivator can't kill him by burning his primordial spirit and self-destructing. Who else can kill him? How could such an existence be born in this abandoned planet? After a short period of dead silence, an uproar of extreme shock immediately broke out in this world. How is this possible? In the distance, Huangfu Yu's face suddenly turned extremely pale. After taking a few steps back, he muttered, "How is this possible?" Blurg. The Gu family's patriarch spat a mouthful of blood. It's over. My Gu family is finished. Even the Patriarch of Huangfu was dead. He knew very well that he was no match for Yi Qin. Recalling how the Gu family had targeted Yi Qin previously, one could imagine the outcome. Ha ha ha, this is great, this is simply great. Following a loud laughter that shook the void, the Pathmaster of Human Desires looked at Jiang Duxing and the rest with a faint smile. Old Jiang, in the end, I'm still better than you in the battle between us. Be *starred. Jiang Duxing's expression was terrifyingly grim. Apart from dense killing intent, there was more fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. With the death of the Patriarch of Huangfu, only Feng Tianqiu of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was left among the 6 void refinement stage cultivators. At that moment, Feng Tianqiu's body stiffened as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. If one took a closer look, they would notice that his hands behind his back were trembling violently. The 6 void refinement stage cultivators had joined forces to fight Yi Qin. This seemingly crushing lineup ended up with Yi Qin killing 5 of them instead. Even the arrival of the 3 mastery stage, void, refinement stage, old monsters, was useless. At that moment, he was extremely terrified. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin lifted his eyes slightly. His eyes that were filled with killing intent landed on Feng Tianqiu. "We're here." Chapter 1572. At that moment, Feng Tianqiu's expression changed drastically. He retreated frantically as he said repeatedly, "Fellow Yi, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." At this moment, he no longer had any hope for his ability. The only extravagant wish was to turn hostility into friendship with Yi Qin. However, Yi Chen was unwilling to listen to his explanation. He waved his sleeve forward, and the void trembled. It was as if a gust of wind was howling. It seemed to contain the might of lightning as it charged towards Feng Tianqiu. Rumble! As the world rumbled, it shook heaven and earth in that instant. Then Feng Tianqiu vomited blood, and his body collapsed on the spot. Only his primordial spirit flew out with a scream, and his face was filled with fear. "Big brother, save me!" Everyone was numb from the shock. Yi Qin did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward and charged at Feng Tianqiu's primordial spirit. Wherever he passed, the space shook endlessly. Almost at the same time as Feng Tianqiu's cry for help, a 3,000-meter rift suddenly appeared in this space. Then, a huge hand that seemed to cover the entire Yin Su suddenly whizzed out from the spatial rift and landed in front of Yi Qin. However, although the hand looked terrifying, it did not seem to have any killing intent. It only stopped Yi Qin and seemed to want to save Feng Tianqiu. This sudden scene caused everyone in this region to look over. Their brows were filled with deep shock. "No one can save someone that I want to kill." Yi Qin took a step forward. Subsequently, a scarlet flame divine dragon suddenly soared into the sky above his head. It forcefully pierced through the sealed space and swallowed Feng Tianqiu's primordial spirit. It was the Emperor seal. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked once again. They did not expect that even after the mysterious person helped, Feng Tianqiu's primordial spirit would still not be able to escape. "Aren't you being too presumptuous?" As a furious voice rang out from the spatial crack, a figure slowly walked out. That figure didn't have the slightest fluctuation of cultivation, but it caused space to tremble endlessly. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon-patterned golden robe. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. It was as if he could see through the stars. The path master of human desire's expression was solemn. The heavenly essence chamber of commerce is Feng Tianqiu. Tribulation and Saint Lord Three Nether, who were both injured, stopped at the same time. They looked at the middle-aged man in fear, as if they felt pressured. "Second Grandpa." When Feng Ziyue saw the person who came, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Along with his words, the world fell into a deathly silence once again. Then, waves of earth-shattering uproar resounded, because the person who had come was Feng Tianqiu from the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. The great void refinement realm was only one step away from stepping into the divinity dividing realm. Only the lord of the great Jiang divine dynasty and the path lord of carnal desires could rival him. Who would have thought that such a character could not help but descend? Peak void refinement stage, Yi Qin fixed his gaze on Feng Tianqiu. Even though Feng Tianqiu did not reveal his cultivation base, Yi Qin could still sense the deterrence that belonged to a perfected void refinement cultivator. "Old Ghost Feng, are you also going to fight today?" The path lord of carnal desires looked at Feng Tianqiu coldly and said indifferently, "Don't forget the rules set by the World Guardian back then." Although the rules of the World Guardian are important, the lives of the people of the Heavenly Yuan Trade Association are even more important. Feng Tianqiu chuckled and looked at the path lord of carnal desires in surprise. I didn't expect the Path Lord of Carnal Desires to take action after being silent for so many years. Moreover, it's for this young friend. The plan that we've been planning for so many years will come true for this young friend. His eyes were as vast as the stars. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires smiled faintly. Old Ghost Fong, there's no need to sow discord. Our plan has nothing to do with fellow Yi. You know whether it's true or not. Fong Tianqin chuckled and lifted his head to look at Yi Qin. Sir, the Heavenly Yuan Trade Association has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Hand over Tianqiu's primordial spirit, and this farce will end here. His words seemed calm, but there was a hint of unquestionable meaning in them. Just like that, Yi Chen looked at him and said, The Heavenly Yuan Trade Association attacked me in order to snatch the Emperor's seal from me. Now that you're no match for me, you want to retreat? How can it be that easy? Then what do we do? Fong Tianqin narrowed his eyes slightly. Young friend, there's a limit to my patience. I know that your talent is unparalleled and your combat prowess is unparalleled. However, you're still no match for me. Old Ghost Fong, do you think I'm invisible? The Path Lord of Carnal Desires chuckled and said, Since I've come here today, how can I sit back and watch fellow Yi fall into danger? Just one person isn't enough. It's far from enough. Fong Tianqin shook his head slightly and said, Fellow Jiang, how long are you going to wait to watch the show? Since things have developed to this point, there has to be an end. Haha, old Ghost Fong is right. There has to be an end to this. Boom! As a chuckle rang out, the void exploded. Then, a man in dark clothes descended from the sky. The man's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes were embroidered with 9 dragons. There were dragon shadows roaring in his eyes, but his expression was extremely gentle. Greetings, Your Majesty. As the man appeared, Jiang Duxing immediately knelt on one knee. Jiang Shengguo. Amidst the silent crowd, countless people's eyes twitched. The person who had arrived was the ruler of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Shengguo. Haha, it's really lively today. Not long after Jiang Shengguo, a resplendent chariot tore through the air. Immortal music filled the air and divine radiance surged from the chariot, as if there was an indestructible god sitting inside. Holy Lord Heavenly Jade! Everyone was shocked again. The distant horizon churned, and another old man in linen clothes descended. The old man was barefooted, giving off an extremely old feeling. Old man of Peach Valley, the patriarch of Panwu's pupils, constricted violently. The old man of Peach Valley was no less mysterious than the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. Before the foreign sects descended, this person had already existed in Yinsu. Very few people knew about the old man of Peach Valley. They only knew that there was an otherworldly Peach Valley in Yinsu, and that he liked to drink and write poems to entertain himself. The ruler of the great Jiang God dynasty looked at the old man with a faint smile. Fellow Taoist of Peach Valley, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. The old man of Peach Valley sat on the ground, took out a gourd, and poured some wine into his mouth. Then he shook his head slightly. I've run out of wine recently, so I came to ask if you have any treasures in your homes. Many figures frowned when they heard that. The heavenly jade, sacred leader, sat high in the chariot and chuckled. The heavenly jade, sacred ground, has many treasures. If you're interested, you can come and get them yourself. P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'll be done soon. Please wait. Chapter 1573. No, no, the Peach Valley elder waved his hand. Your Tianqian holy land is filled with beauties. They're too seductive. I'm already so old. I don't want to lose my chastity. Looks like everyone is here today. Jiang Shengguo swept his gaze across the crowd and said slowly, In that case, let's talk about how we're going to end today. At this moment, a domineering and disdainful voice shook the heavens. I'm not here. What right do you have to make a decision? Hearing this sudden voice, everyone's eyes focused, and they could not help but look in the direction of the voice. Black clouds covered the sun, and monstrous corpse energy drowned the sea of clouds, causing the world to instantly lose a trace of light. Amidst the endless corpse energy, a colossus appeared. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the colossus was a giant bronze coffin. The most terrifying thing was that the bronze coffin was pulled by 9 dragons that were more than 300 meters long. However, the dragon had long died, leaving only its bones. Even so, the dragon, might contained in the dragon skeleton, still made everyone tremble. The moment he heard the domineering voice, Yi Chen's expression finally changed. So this guy is here too? Under everyone's gazes, the 9 dragon skeletons pulled the bronze coffin above everyone's heads. Then, as the coffin lid opened, a man in a black dragon robe stepped out. The man's aura was unparalleled, and his fierce eyes tore through the sky. He was like a supreme demon lord that had descended to the mortal world. Who else could it be but Ying, who had disappeared for a long time? It's him. It's the existence that injured the patriarch of Panwu. I remember now. This person killed his way into the forbidden area and then disappeared. I didn't expect him to come out alive. The moment they saw Ying, everyone present was shocked. Even Jiang Xingguo and the rest were no exception, because the pressure coming from the former was not much weaker than theirs. May I know who you are? Jiang Xingguo smiled faintly and took a step forward. He looked at Ying. I'm Jiang Xingguo, the ruler of the great Jiang God dynasty. Ying looked down at him from above. You call yourself... I... Jiang Xingguo's expression darkened slightly, seemingly displeased. I'm the ruler of the God dynasty, so I naturally deserve the title, eh? Noisy! Ying glanced at him and said coldly and domineeringly, in this world, apart from me, everyone else is a fake emperor. You. Jiang Xingguo was furious. Indeed, Ying's words were too arrogant. He was clearly saying that he, Jiang Xingguo, was a fake emperor and was not worthy of the title Guaran. The rest of the people smiled, but did not say anything, their eyes flashing. Fang Tianqin glanced at Ying and said calmly, Fellow Taoist, what is your purpose for coming here today? Of course it's for this person. Ying looked at Yi Chen and said, You bunch of dogs from other regions have gathered here today to bully the Chinese. Do you really think there's no one capable in China? You're Chinese too. The Heavenly Jade Sacred Master was shocked at first. Then he sneered. This person has slaughtered countless people from our 5 sacred grounds. We will naturally punish him. If you dare to interfere, you will also die. Impudent! Ying shouted in a domineering manner. I'm the Emperor of China throughout the ages. How dare you attack someone from China so brazenly? You're looking down on me. So what if I look down on you? Don't tell me you think you can fight us all by yourself. The Heavenly Jade, Holy Master, sneered. You talk too much. Everyone only heard a cold snort. Then they saw a figure shatter the void and suddenly appear before the Heavenly Jade Sacred Master. Be asterisk starred. The Heavenly Jade Sacred Master was furious. Rumble. Endless rumbling sounds filled the air. It was as if the world was roaring, and a large area of space collapsed, turning into a terrifying storm. When the storm dissipated, everyone saw that the Heavenly Jade Sacred Master's gorgeous chariot had turned into countless pieces and disappeared without a trace. When they looked at the Heavenly Jade Sacred Master again, he took a few steps back. The space in front of him had already turned into nothingness. The former's expression was extremely gloomy. The shadow in front of him flashed, and in the next moment, Ying's figure returned to the distance. He looked at the Heavenly Jade Sacred Master with incomparable disdain. If you say another word, I'll kill you and destroy your sect today. The Heavenly Jade Sacred Master's expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Whoosh! Seeing this, many people's hearts were in an uproar. They did not expect the Heavenly Jade Sacred Master to be slightly weaker than Ying. The heavenly jade sacred master was at a disadvantage after one attack. He was so frightened that he did not dare to speak anymore. This scene was too shocking. The pupils of Jiang Xingguo and the others contracted violently. They had a new understanding of Ying's combat strength. There was deep fear in their eyes. Ying stood with his hands behind his back, and his black clothes fluttered in the wind. This is Earth, not the outer realm. If you still don't know what's good for you, I'll suppress all of you and kill my way into the outer realm. I'll destroy your orthodoxies. Arrogant. Hearing this, Jiang Xingguo was the first to be enraged. Arrogant, really arrogant. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. They had always been the ones looking down on the living beings on Earth. When had they ever been threatened like this? Fang Tianqian's eyes were extremely cold. He was clearly enraged. Attack! Forget it. There's no need to end this today. Kill all the living beings here and strengthen our sex prestige. Jiang Xingguo's voice was as cold as a knife. Do you think you can stop us with just a few of you? That's pure wishful thinking. Is that so? At this moment, a soft voice was heard. What if I join you? In the sky, a locust tree leaf suddenly fell. The locust tree leaf was extremely messy in the wind, as if it could not bear the weight. However, Jiang Xingguo and the others, who were originally extremely furious, were stunned when they saw it. Then their bodies shook violently. One leaf, 2 leaves more and more locust tree leaves floated down. Who dares to play tricks in front of us? Patriarch Panwu suddenly roared. Then he slapped with his hand as if he wanted to turn all the locust tree leaves in the sky into dust. At this moment, a locust tree leaf landed on his body. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, Patriarch Panwu, who was at the mid-stage of the void refinement stage, exploded on the spot, turning into dust that scattered in the sky. In an instant, everyone was so shocked that they wanted to die. When they looked at the locust tree leaves in the sky again, their gazes became extremely fearful. A sect leader was killed on the spot by a locust tree leaf. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. It's him. Fang Tianqian inhaled sharply. He did not dare to move. That person is here. As soon as he said that, Jiang Xingguo and the others straightened their bodies. Under everyone's gazes, a young man in green slowly walked out from the locust tree leaves that filled the sky. The young man looked extremely fragile. However, it was his appearance that caused the expressions of Jiang Xingguo and the others to change drastically. P.S. Chapter 3 updated for today. Sorry for making everyone wait. Rest early. End of this chapter. Chapter 1574. His green robe fluttered as he crossed over. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Qianqiu Wuhen. At that moment, the expressions of Jiang Xingguo, the heavenly jade holy master, and the rest changed drastically, as if they had seen a terrifying existence. That name was taboo, Yin Su's taboo, a name that even the realm guardians and the 5 sacred grounds were unwilling to mention. But now this person had appeared. The surroundings were silent. Countless gazes landed on Qianqiu Wuhen. There was surprise, curiosity, and even more uncertainty. Some attentive people noticed that the expressions of Jiang Xingguo and the rest had changed significantly with the appearance of this person. This discovery made them inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Qin looked at the young man in green, Qianqiu Wuhen. As if sensing his gaze, Qianqiu Wuhen's calm gaze landed on him. Then he smiled and nodded as if he was paying his respects. Then he could not help but raise his eyes to size up the world. His gaze landed on Jiang Xingguo and the rest. If I join in, can we resolve this battle? Greetings, fellow Qianqiu. Jiang Xingguo and the rest cupped their fists at the former in unison. Ying's eyes flashed as he stared at Qianqiu Wuhen without saying a word. He seemed to have sensed that the latter was extraordinary. This guy couldn't hold it in the end. Path, Lord of Human Desire, looked at Qianqiu Wuhan with a faint smile. The latter said indifferently, "If I don't make a move, I'm afraid Yin Su will be destroyed today." Under everyone's gaze, the Heavenly Jade Holy Master said, "Fellow Qianqiu, the reason isn't as simple as you think. We need to consider this matter further." Obviously, what he meant was that he was unwilling to give up. "Do all of you have the same opinion?" Qianqiu Wuhan placed his hands behind his back and scanned everyone. His gaze swept past Jiang Xingguo and the rest, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Fang Tianqin glanced at Yi Chen and mustered up his courage. "Are you going to protect this guy, fellow Qianqiu?" Qianqiu Wuhan's voice was sonorous and powerful, causing everyone's expressions to change. "Fellow Yi is my friend. Killing him is equivalent to killing me. Are you going to kill him too?" The world instantly fell silent, and many people revealed looks of disbelief. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Xingguo, the Heavenly Jade's Sacred Lord, or Fang Tianqin, all of them were at the great perfection of the void refinement realm. They were only a step away from the divine dividing realm. However, in front of the young man, he seemed to be a little cautious. "Isn't this too shocking?" Jiang Xingwu's face twitched as he said unwillingly, "This lad killed Jiang Hongyuan of the great Jiang divine dynasty. Are we supposed to let this go?" "Ridiculous." Yi Chen, who was in the crowd, sneered and said, "The people from the great Jiang god dynasty wanted to kill me. What's wrong with me killing them back? Could it be that the people of the great Jiang divine dynasty are only allowed to kill others and not allow others to resist?" Jiang Xingwu's face darkened. "Did you hear me?" Qianqiu Wuhan looked at him calmly and said, "The people of the great Jiang divine dynasty are in the wrong. They deserve to die." The moment he opened his mouth, Jiang Xingwu's expression turned extremely ugly, but he did not dare to refute. When he saw this scene, the Heavenly Jade Holy Master, who was originally unwilling, could only swallow his words. On the other hand, Fang Tianqin took a step forward and said, "We can let this matter go. However, the people of my Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce were suppressed by this lad. Please release him." Qianqiu Wuhan's eyes flickered. He could not help but look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said calmly when he met everyone's gaze, "Fang Tianqiu attacked me too. Logically speaking, his soul should have been destroyed. However, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. The Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce needs to agree to one condition." "Speak." Fang Tianqin's face trembled. "I want the fragment of the holy medicine." Yi Chen opened his hand, and a fragment of the five-element heavenly lotus appeared in his palm. "This is it. I'll exchange this for Fang Tianqiu's primordial spirit." That was his true goal. Otherwise, Fang Tianqiu's primordial spirit would have been destroyed a long time ago. How could it have dragged on until now? "So you want this?" Fang Tianqin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, "I don't have this item with me either. However, I can promise you that as long as you hand Tianqiu's primordial spirit over to me, my Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will definitely give it to you after this." Yi Chen chuckled and said, "There's no hurry. We'll exchange for it when the time comes." Fang Tianqin's face trembled again, and he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Qianqiu Wuhan saw everyone's expressions and said again, "Since that's the case, let's end this farce today." He had already spoken. Even though he used a negotiating tone, no one dared to question him. Jiang Xingguo and the rest did not dare to object. At this moment, two rays of golden light suddenly shot out from the void, burning like two blazing suns. In the next moment, a golden ape descended from the sky. It was not tall, but its entire body was covered in golden fur. As soon as it appeared, it gave off an aura of supremacy. "What's that?" Seeing the mysterious creature that suddenly appeared, the crowd that was about to disperse was shocked. Their eyes were filled with surprise. On the other hand, the expressions of Jiang Xingguo and the rest changed. They couldn't be more familiar with this existence. This was a natural-born life form. It was rumored that it cultivated the battle saint technique and was born to fight. Countless people had died in its hands. Why was it here? Could it be that this matter had really alarmed the Realm Guardian? In an instant, this thought flashed through the minds of Jiang Xingguo and the rest. The golden ape's crimson eyes swept across the crowd. I thought I'd have to kill a few people to establish my might before this farce can end. At least you're sensible. After saying that, it coldly stared at Qianqiu Wuhan. It shouldn't have appeared. I feel that when the opportunity comes, it should appear. Qianqiu Wuhan's expression was calm. At this moment, the Peach Valley elder, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Holy Ape, is the Emperor's tomb about to open?" As soon as he said that, Jiang Xingguo and the rest looked at the golden ape. They were so nervous that they even forgot the previous unhappiness. Meeting everyone's gaze, the golden ape said, "That's right. Pass down the order of the Realm Guardian. In 7 days, Yin Su will be unsealed, and the Emperor's tomb will appear. All of you can rely on your own means." As soon as it finished speaking, Jiang Xingguo and the rest immediately revealed looks of ecstasy. Only the human desire path Lord and Qianqiu Wuhan seemed to have known about it long ago, and their expressions were extremely calm. From today onwards, Yin Su must not start a massacre like today again. At the same time, no one is allowed to leave Yin Su. The golden ape said again, "In 7 days, we won't interfere in the fight to the death. If anyone is blind, you can try." After it finished speaking, its ruthless eyes focused on Jiang Xingguo and the others. Chapter 1575. Meeting its gaze, Jiang Xingguo immediately promised, "Don't worry, Holy Ape. We won't make a big move within these 7 days." He glanced at Yi Chen in an unfriendly manner after saying that. The Heavenly Jade Holy Master and the rest expressed their stance, one after another. Clearly, the Holy Ape was siding with Yi to prevent them from attacking him after Qianqiu Wuhan and the Holy Ape left. That's good. The Golden Ape said, "When the Yin ruins is unsealed, the demonic soil will sweep everything. The danger is unknown. I hope you all know what to do. You may leave." Hearing that, everyone's eyes flickered as they left in a hurry. Clearly, they were preparing for the battle that would begin 7 days later. The Holy Ape was right. Before this, the demonic soil was suppressed by the power of Great Emperor Xuanyuan's seal, preventing the demonic energy from invading the periphery. Once the demonic soil was unsealed, Great Emperor Xuanyuan's seal would definitely disappear. At that time, it would be the most dangerous moment. Even a void refinement cultivator would die. Saint Lord Tribulations glanced at Tribulation unwillingly. He seemed to be in a dilemma. The Golden Ape glanced at him coldly. "Get lost." Saint Lord Tribulations could only snort and leave quietly. Fang Ziwa left with Fang Tianqian. However, before she left, she looked at Yi Chan with a complicated gaze. Today was undoubtedly the most thrilling moment for her. The patriarch of the Gu family ran away with Huang Fuyu, afraid that Yi Chan would make things difficult for them on the spot, especially when everyone could tell that Qianqiu Wuhan and the Holy Ape were siding with him. Only Huang Fuyu's heart was filled with anger and indignation. He did not expect that he was a direct descendant of great Emperor Xuanyuan. His talent was extraordinary, and he was destined to live in the eyes of everyone. However, all of this changed with Yi Chen's appearance. The Emperor's seal had been snatched away, and Qianqiu Wuhan and the carnal Dao Master favored him. Even the guardian who shouldered great Emperor Xuanyuan's mission seemed to have changed his mind. "No, that won't happen. I, Huang Fuyu, am one of the most suitable candidates to inherit the great Emperor's inheritance. Yi Chen, just you wait. I, Huang Fuyu, will not admit defeat." He roared inwardly as he was brought away by the Gu family's patriarch. Only Lei Yunzi was left behind. He looked at Yi Chan with a complicated gaze. Eventually he stepped forward and said, Fellow Yi, if you have time, please return to the Yanhuang fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky and left. His attitude toward Yi Qin had changed a long time ago. His initial admiration had evolved into respect. It was a young man whom he had high hopes for, but the other party had displayed such terrifying talent and killed old ancestor Huang Fu in a domineering manner. There was no way he could treat such an existence as a junior anymore. Yi Chen chuckled softly as his faint voice rang in Lei Yunzi's mind. Senior Lei Yin, I'll definitely return to the Yanhuang fortress. Lei Yunzi's body faltered slightly before he burst into laughter. Good, very good. The word senior showed Yi Chen's respect for him. Moreover, Yi Chen's willingness to return to the Yanhuang fortress indirectly showed that Yi Chen had never forgotten the fact that he was a Chinese. Yi Chen shook his head lightly after watching him leave. He still had some respect for Lei Yunzi. Although this person was also a member of the Xianyuan 8 clans, he was not as selfish as ancestor Huang Fu and the others. In many situations, he could be considered fair. Then he slowly turned around and cupped his fists at the sect master of carnal desires, Qianqiu Wuhin, tribulation, and the rest. Thank you for today. Although Yi Chen was not afraid of Jiang Xingguo and the rest without their appearance, it would not be so easy after all. You're welcome. The sect master of carnal desires laughed out loud. In fact, I didn't do much. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. With that, he instantly disappeared in front of Linglong, Mad Southerny. If you're done, come to Broken Dragon Ridge to look for me. Ing glanced at Qianqiu Wuhin and the golden ape before stepping onto the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons and leaving. Qianqiu Wuhin looked up at Tribulation. Follow me. Tribulation was slightly stunned. He looked at Yi Chen and nodded slightly. The golden bone wings instantly expanded to hundreds of meters, turning into an undying being and leaving with Qianqiu Wuhin. In the end, only Yi Chen, Feng Wuxia, and the golden ape were left. Feng Wuxia seemed to have sensed the unusual atmosphere. He stayed at the side obediently and held his breath as he watched Yi Chen and the golden ape look at each other. Mad Southerny, I know. The golden ape stared at Yi Chen for a few minutes before saying slowly, What I've seen today proves that Third Brother's judgment was right. Third Brother, Yi Chen was stunned at first. Then he suddenly thought of the golden toad. It seemed like the latter had returned to the demonic land. Before Yi Chen could speak, the golden ape said again, Can you take a drop of blood? Its eyes were scarlet as it stared at Yi Chen, as if it would explode in rage if Yi Chen dared to reject it. Say yes. The Emperor Seal's artifact spirit, Old Fan, said, Trust me, it won't harm you. Yi Chen frowned slightly, but he still cut his finger. A drop of golden blood shot at the golden ape immediately. The golden ape caught it. A golden vertical eye suddenly appeared between its brows. Yi Chen's golden blood turned into a red fire dragon and soared into the sky within the golden vertical eye. A drop of blood turning into a fire dragon. It's the Yanhuang bloodline without a doubt. The golden ape's eyes flashed. There was less wariness in its eyes when it looked at Yi Chen again. There was now a hint of intimacy. This is only to verify if it's the Yanhuang bloodline. Please forgive me. The reason why it did that was because the aptitude that Yi Chen displayed was too terrifying. It was the first time such a person had appeared on this abandoned earth since Great Emperor Xianyuan. Therefore, it could not help but suspect if Yi Chen had been possessed by an old monster from the outer realm. Not bad. The golden ape looked at Yi Chen as if it was admiring him. Among all the bloodlines in China, Huang Fuyu has the highest aptitude. He's also one of the most promising candidates to enter the Emperor's tomb and obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance. The Great Emperor's inheritance? Yi Chen smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not interested in the so-called Great Emperor's inheritance. It was undeniable that Great Emperor Xianyuan was indeed talented. However, he was not a living earth immortal after all. He, Yi Qin, was once the king of immortals at his peak, so he did not lack inheritances. Oh, the golden ape was slightly shocked. Since you're not interested in the great emperor's inheritance, why did you enter the Yin ruins and snatch the emperor's seal from Huang Fuyu? It did not seem to believe Yi Qin. Yi Qin stopped hiding and said calmly, "The reason why I entered the Yin ruins this time is to look for something to extend my wife's life." I see. The golden ape came to a realization. Then it seemed to have thought of something. If I'm not wrong, you're looking for the 5-element heavenly lotus, right? Yi Chen's expression finally changed slightly when he heard that. He fixed his gaze on the former. You know the whereabouts of the 5-element heavenly lotus? Chapter 1576. Do you know the whereabouts of the 5-element heavenly lotus? A cold gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he looked at the golden ape after saying that. To the outside world, this so-called Saint Herb map fragment was valuable, but they did not know about the 5-element heavenly lotus. Since the golden ape mentioned it, it must have known about it. Meanwhile, the 5-element heavenly lotus was related to Su Yuhan's life. Yi Qin could not allow anything to happen to her. As if sensing Xiao Chen's hostility, the golden ape could not help but smile. You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to pry into your secret, but I've seen this 5-element sky lotus in a notebook left behind by the emperor. That's why I recognized it. A notebook left behind by the great Emperor Xianyuan? Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he said, I wonder if I can take a look at that notebook. Of course, I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it for the same price. He did not expect the great Emperor Xianyuan to have a notebook that recorded the 5-element heavenly lotus. You're being too serious. The golden ape shook its head slightly and said in a deep voice, that notebook only records the form of the 5-element heavenly lotus. There's no exact whereabouts. Even if you read it, you won't find anything. Moreover, this item is in boss's hands. I didn't bring it with me on this trip. Is that so? Yi Qin could not help but feel disappointed. The golden ape glanced at him. Don't be too discouraged. In reality, I've been searching for this item all these years. Although I didn't find any traces, it's not like I didn't find anything. Yi Qin could not help but look at it. This 5-element heavenly lotus possesses the power of the 5 elements. It's an item of extreme yang, so it must be in a land of extreme yang. It spoke with confidence and composure, clearly knowledgeable. However, the Yin ruins doesn't have such conditions in any area that humans can move about. The only explanation is that it's in the demonic soil. It took a deep breath in and said, as the saying goes, Lonying does not grow and Lonyang does not grow. When the demonic soil is unsealed, there might be gains. Only then did Yi Qin nod. Of course, you can also search for the remaining fragments of the 5-element heavenly lotus at the same time. You might be able to find more information. The golden ape spoke slowly as if he had thought of something. The deal between the Heavenly Yuan Trade Association and you might be completed in a few days. You just need to wait patiently. My mission is complete. It's time to go back. Before he left, the golden ape took one last look at Yi Qin. Mad Southerny, I believe you know how dangerous Insu is now. Whether it's Chen Wuhan or the carnal lust sect master, they're both from the outer realm. You can't trust them completely. Inshu is related to the survival of China and even the earth. Since you are a Chinese, I hope you can follow the will of great Emperor Xianyuan and plan a chance of survival for the living beings here. With that, it immediately disappeared into the void. This is a hint for me to go to the Emperor's tomb. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times before he came to a realization. It seems like Insu's situation is worse than I thought. I can only take it one step at a time. At the same time, the news about the desolate god's tomb spread throughout the entire Yin ruins at an extremely terrifying speed. Mad Southerny had barged into the wilderness god's tomb, killed the prodigies of the 5 sacred lands, seized the Thearcha seal, killed everyone outside the wilderness god's tomb. killed 5 void refinement old monsters and forced the masters of the 5 sacred lands to appear. This news was like a stormy sea that swept through everything. The entire Een ruins was divided into the periphery, the core, and the demonic land. Most of the living beings lived in the periphery and the core. These 2 areas were not as small as China after the seal was lifted. When the news about Yi Qin spread, the entire Een ruins was shocked. It was as if countless bolts of lightning had struck the sky above Een ruins at the same time, shaking the heavens and earth. Oh my God, isn't this mad Southern Yi a little too terrifying? I heard that he first killed Hongya and the others from the Panwu immortal sect. Then he faced the joint attack of the Heavenly Lord of Absolute Beginning and the other 6 void refinement almighties. He killed 5 of them and heavily injured one. Only Feng Tianqiu from the Heavenly Origin Chamber of Commerce survived. Even so, the latter's primordial spirit is still in mad Southern Ye's hands. Tisk, is this kid really a native of this abandoned starfield? Such talent and battle prowess are comparable to many primordial god race paragons in the outer realm. Looks like Earth's luck hasn't run out, yet since this person is here, countless people discussed animatedly. The various sects and low-profile forces in the outer realm were all stunned. In an instant, countless forces wanted to befriend Yi Qin. Anyone could tell that an existence like Yi Qin would definitely become a heaven illuminator in the future as long as nothing unexpected happened. Outside Een ruins, China, the hinterland of Kunlun Mountain, after the foreign invasion, this place was listed as the highest military base by China. It was because this was the core secret realm of China's cultivation world. It could be said that the current powerhouses of China were gathered there, be it old monsters who lived in seclusion or existences on the China Combat Strength Leaderboard. It had a name, and it was called the Yanhuang Palace. However, at this moment, in the main hall of the Yanhuang Palace, the meeting hall that would not be opened unless there was a major event was currently crowded with a black crowd. The crowd was moving, and the sounds of discussion could be heard incessantly. At the highest point of the meeting hall, there were a few prayer mats standing side by side. There were many old figures sitting on them, and the leader was an old man in a green robe holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. The old man had a sage-like demeanor and a kind expression. If anyone was present, they would definitely be shocked to discover that this old Taoist was the 8th generation sect leader of the Wu-Tang sect, Feng Qinzi, an existence who had lived for centuries. At this moment, Feng Qinzi was no longer as calm and composed as before. His brows were filled with a deep trance, as if he had just experienced something. "Fellow Feng Qin!" Finally, an old monk in a kasaya couldn't help but look at the former and say, "May I know why you've gathered all of us here today?" As soon as he said that, everyone in the hall looked at Feng Qinzi in unison. Worry flashed in some people's eyes. Could it be that something had happened in China again? Such a grand scene had happened when the foreign enemies had invaded Earth, and the past had become everyone's nightmare. It was also that time that the elites of China cried out in alarm and fell. The old monk's words woke Feng Qinzi up from his trance. The latter's dignified gaze swept across the entire hall, and the clamor immediately died. Hee! Under everyone's gaze, Feng Qinzi suddenly laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, and in the end it turned into a loud laugh. There were even tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. This time, everyone was shocked. After all, Feng Qinzi had cultivated for many years, and his temperament was comparable to a rock. This was the first time he had lost control like this. Could it be that something big had happened again? The old monk who spoke earlier had a slight change in expression. "Fellow Feng Qin." Feng Qinzi wiped away his tears and suddenly said, "Everyone, this humble Taoist has just received news from the Een ruins." End of this chapter. Chapter 1577. Insu. Hearing this, everyone was stunned at first. Then they saw the old monk's body tremble slightly as he said nervously, "Could it be? Could it be that the power of China in the Yin ruins has been— He really wanted to say that it had been destroyed, however, he could not say it out loud. This fact was too heavy, and it was something that China could not accept. Feng Chen, Zi said slowly, this time a powerful expert's tomb, the desolate god's tomb, has opened in the Yin ruins. Many forces have entered, and even the Chinese experts are no exception. The desolate god's tomb. Many people were confused. Such an existence was too far away for them. The old monk seemed to have thought of something and said bitterly, could it be that China suffered heavy losses during the trip to the desolate god's tomb? No. Feng Chen Zi chuckled. During this trip to the desolate god's tomb, a top expert appeared in China. This person killed a god, killed a void refinement almighty, and caused heavy losses to the 5 holy lands. He even obtained the treasure of the desolate god's tomb. Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. There were even gasps that swept through the surroundings. Some were shocked, and some were in disbelief. Is this real or fake? Who is this person? Could it be Senior Lei Yunzi? I think it might be Senior Huang Fu. His sword Dao is astonishing, and he has lived for countless years. Only a sword cultivator can unleash such shocking combat power. It's also possible that the Gu family's patriarch— Amidst the uproar, many people started to guess, and they even argued until their faces were red. Feng Chen Zi suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the crowd in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his excited voice trembled slightly. He's Yi. Man. Crazy. Dead silence. The originally noisy hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Rumble. At the same time, a rumbling shock flashed through everyone's minds. Then their bodies straightened and their expressions froze, as if they had turned into stone statues. Did they hear wrongly? The person who had killed a god, killed a void refinement almighty, and caused heavy losses to the 5 holy lands was actually Mad Southern Yi. Everyone felt a little dizzy from the impact. After a while, the old monk who had spoken earlier was so excited that he crushed the prayer beads in his hand and muttered, Fellow Feng Chen, is this real? They could not be more familiar with the name Mad Southern Yi. He was the heavenly son of China, known as the most outstanding of the younger generation. He had countless battle achievements, and his legend was sung for generations. However, in their eyes, Yi Chun was still a junior. After all, above them was the most ancient existence of the Xianyuan 8 clans. However, the person who created such shocking news was actually Mad Southern Yi. How could they not be shocked to the point their scalps went numb? Feng Chen Zi nodded with tears in his eyes. The moment he received the news, how could his reaction not be the same as theirs? Other than shock, there was nothing else. However, after contacting Yin so many times for confirmation, he finally confirmed that this shocking fact was not exaggerated at all. Good kill. The old monk laughed heartily. Good kill. Mad Southern Yi should be the hope of China. Congratulations to China. Congratulations to humanity. No one hated these people from the outer realm more than they did. Now, Yi Chen's actions were equivalent to completely breaking the pride and power of the extraterrestrial civilization. He had used heads to defend China's dignity. Rumble. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the hall. Congratulations to China. Congratulations to humanity. Feng Chen and the other 2 sighed softly in their hearts when they saw this. He did not tell everyone that Yi Qin had also killed the patriarch of Huangfu. However, after understanding what had happened, he was also furious at the actions of the Xianyuan 8 clans. Thinking to this point, he took a deep breath in and looked down at everyone. His words that were filled with majesty and killing intent reverberated through the entire place. From now on, our Yanhuang Palace's responsibility is to protect the safety of Mad Southern Ye's family. Even if we all die, we can't relax. He paused, and a trace of excessive excitement appeared on his old face. The family of a hero cannot be wronged or harmed at all. Yes. Instantly, a thunderous voice rang out again. Lin City. The city had changed hands several times and developed several times. After returning to Yi Chen's hands in the end, it had become one of the most important cities in China. Its status was not inferior to Beijing at all. Yi family's former residence, 9 Dragons Bay, Back Mountain. Stupid brother, without blockhead sister Hongxiu following us, you won't be able to find me and sister Qianqian, right? Stupid brother, how old are you? You're still drinking milk. The 3 little fellows were running back and forth in the forest. Sometimes they hid in the bushes and sometimes they hid behind the fake mountains. Their bell-like laughter resounded through the entire back mountain. In the distance, Su Yuhan stood quietly like an orchid in an empty valley. She looked at the 3 children who were playing in the distance with a blissful expression. However, there was a hint of sadness between her brows. Her face was getting older. At that moment, she looked like a middle-aged woman in her 40s, especially her long white hair that reached her waist. It was like a waterfall. It was a shocking sight. Her gaze landed on the dignified figure who looked like he was 2 years old but was actually less than half a year old. The little guy's innate conditions were better than his sister's. He was born with demonic beast milk to nourish his body. Even though he was less than half a year old, his body was no different from a 2-year-old. He looked dignified. He really looks like his father. Looking at the little guy, a face could not help but appear in Su Yuhan's mind. Yuhan. Footsteps came from afar. Then, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. He could not hide the joy between his brows. It was Yi Chen's father, Yi Hai. Dad! Su Yuhan secretly wiped her tears and said with a smile without turning around, I'll go back right away. I know my body. Dad has good news for you. Yi Hai stepped forward and could not help but smile. There's news about that brat. He's safe and sound now, and he caused quite a commotion in Yin Su. After saying that, he told her the news he had obtained. After hearing that, Su Yuhan's body trembled slightly. Then, she could not help but say with tears in her eyes, I knew he would be fine. That's great. You finally don't have to worry about this brat anymore. Yi Hai sighed softly and said, as if he could not bear it, I think we should think of a way to call him back, and no need. Su Yuhan shook her head firmly. Then, she lifted her head slightly and looked into the distant sky. She mumbled, I don't want to be his burden. End of this chapter. Chapter 1578. With the end of the battle in the desolate god's tomb, the entire Yin ruins and the outside world were shaken by Yi Chen alone. At that moment, Yi Chen released the Patriarch of Hell and the rest from the 8-divisional pagoda. He then brazenly entered Tianyuan City with Yang Tian. Although Tianyuan City was furious about this, they did not dare to attack him. Fang Tianqin even sent Fang Ziyue to trade Fang Tianqiu's primordial spirit with the 5-element heavenly lotus fragment. Yi Qin checked the 5-element heavenly lotus fragment. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he handed Fang Tianqiu's primordial spirit to Fang Ziyue. As soon as Fang Tianqiu's soul came out, he realized that he was in Tianyuan City. He looked at Yi Chen with resentment. Yi, how dare you step into Tianyuan City? You're courting death. Ziyue, quick, get Uncle Tianqin to suppress this brat. At the same time, activate the peerless killing formation of Tianyuan City. His killing intent was as dense as water. He could not wait to cut Yi Chen into pieces. You're courting death. Yang Tian could not help but sneer. If you say another word, old Yi will suppress you. No one will be able to do anything. Yes, Fang Tianqiu was furious. Second uncle, Fang Ziyue suddenly roared and said coldly, enough! After saying that, she immediately told him everything about Qianqiu Wuhan and the Golden Ape's arrival. After hearing that, Fang Tianqiu's primordial spirit was extremely terrified. He did not dare to say anything to Yi Chen anymore. Even Qianqiu Wuhan stood up for Yi Chen. With this person around, how would Tianyuan City and the other forces dare to attack Yi Chen? Moreover, he knew Yi Chen's combat ability very well. It was too difficult to kill him. Yang Tian could not help but snort when he saw that. "You're quite knowledgeable." "Let's go." Yi Chen glanced at him and shook his head lightly. He was about to turn around and leave when Fang Ziyue's voice came from behind him. "Senior Yi, wait!" Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her. The latter bit her lips and lowered her head as she said guiltily, "I'm sorry, this isn't what I wanted to see." Initially, she wanted to befriend Yi Chen and add another combat power to the Tianyuan Trade Association. Never did she expect that Yi Chen would fall out with the Tianyuan Trade Association and form a blood feud. "This matter has nothing to do with you. What's there to apologize about?" Yi Chen smiled lightly and did not say anything else. He turned around and swaggered out of Tianyuan City with Yang Tian. Even though there were countless powerful auras gathered in the dark, no one dared to make a move from the beginning to the end. Yi Chen's name had completely shaken Insu now. Who would dare to risk their lives to attack him rashly? One had to know that the Primordium Heavenly Lord and the others had suffered the same fate. After the two of them left Tianyuan City, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and the others immediately greeted them and asked nervously, "Did you get it?" Yi Chen nodded while smiling. He said in satisfaction, "I only need one more 5-element Heavenly Lotus to complete it." At this point, his heart was burning with passion. As soon as the map of the 5 luminaries Heavenly Lotus was completed, it would only be a matter of time before he obtained the 5 luminaries Heavenly Lotus. Then, there would be hope for Su Yuhan to recover. After saying that, he looked up at Yang Tian. Meeting his gaze, how could Yang Tian not know what he meant? He immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry. When I return to the Merfolk clan this time, I'll ask the Merfolk Patriarch for the remaining map fragment." "Will the Merfolk Patriarch give it to him so easily?" The Old Ancestor Yellow Spring glanced at him in disdain. "I think we should let the Patriarch go with us. If that old man doesn't give it to him, we'll suppress him." "Ha, with that?" Yang Tian grinned and sized him up. He said in amusement, "Patriarch, I'm afraid you're not a match for the Merfolk Patriarch now. He's a void refinement old monster. So what if he's at the void refinement stage?" The Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's face trembled, but he still said fiercely, "When I was at my peak, I could destroy such a person with a casual breath." "Stop talking. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Yang Tian chuckled. "You just want to follow me back to the Merfolk clan to see beauties. It's best if you can meet 1 or 2 of them. Then give up." Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, the Old Ancestor Yellow Spring felt a little embarrassed. "Little Yang, not bad. Not bad. You actually dare to treat me like this now. Don't forget who was the one who called you Patriarch so intimately back then." His green gaze made Yang Tian's heart turn cold. "Enough." Yi Chen interrupted the two of them. Subsequently, he looked at Yang Tian. "Since that's the case, let's return to the Merfolk clan first. I'll give you 3 days. Inform me if you encounter any difficulties." "All right." Yang Tian nodded and left with Yang Hao. Yang Hao seemed to be unwilling to part with Yi Chen. However, he did not dare to object after seeing his father's gaze. After watching the father and son leave, the Old Ancestor Yellow Spring said, "Fellow Yi, where are we going next?" "To take a look at our spoils of war, of course." Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. East of the core of Inshu, this was a place with dense spiritual energy. On the ground, there are mountain ranges that rose and fell like crouching dragons. Above them, there were countless towering trees that looked like dragons. Their branches were luxuriant, giving people a feeling of desolation. The spiritual energy here was excellent, and it was rich in resources. There was no lack of various natural treasures. If it were anyone else, no one would dare to step into this place. There was no other reason than that this was where the Panwu Immortal Sect was located. As one of the 5 sacred grounds of Inshu, the Panwu Immortal Sect had descended from the outer realm. There were as many nascent soul cultivators and soul formation cultivators in the sect. There were even void refinement old monsters overseeing it. Even the people from the other top forces did not dare to take half a step in. However, the Panwu Immortal sect was currently filled with countless cries of battle interweaved together, and there were shrill cries mixed within. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and slaughter. Shockingly, with the death of the Panwu Immortal sect's patriarch, the disciples of the Panwu Immortal sect were afraid of Yi Chen's revenge. Some fled, while others fought each other for the Panwu Immortal sect's resources. What was even more serious was that many forces that used to look up to the Panwu Immortal sect could not help but feel greedy for the huge Panwu Immortal sect after seeing the death of the Panwu Immortal sect's patriarch. Therefore, in just half a day, countless forces stepped into the Panwu Immortal sect's patriarch and fought for natural treasures, cultivation methods, and secret treasures. Of course, there were also many people who were loyal to the Panwu Immortal sect who swore to protect the sect with their lives. At that moment, Yi Chen broke through the void with the patriarch of hell and the rest. He could not help but frown when he saw the mess and corpses all over the ground. Looks like someone's even more anxious than us. They actually came to pick the peaches before us. The patriarch of hell chuckled as a fierce look flashed through his eyes. These ignorant fools really die for wealth, and birds die for food. P.S. Chapter 1. There's one more chapter. I'll be done soon. Wait a moment. Chapter 1579. At the same time, within the Panwu Immortal sect. Kill! A swift and fierce murderous aura swept through everything, accompanied by countless wild true essence fluctuations. At every moment there were people dying. Ferocious sounds of killing, screams of despair, and the pungent smell of blood filled the area. It was as if locusts had passed through. As the only remaining elder of the Panwu Immortal sect at the peak divine transformation stage, Elder Black Ice held a long sword in his hand and killed many cultivators that rushed toward him. Then he staggered a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. All disciples, protect the main hall and protect the dignity of the sect. We will sacrifice our blood for the Emperor. Elder Black Ice roared and rushed toward the remaining Panwu Immortal sect disciples. Yes, hearing this, the scattered Panwu Immortal sect disciples responded in unison. Then, ignoring the blood on their faces, they surrounded the entire Panwu hall and looked at the people around them with hatred. They were not loyal to anyone, much less the Panwu Immortal sect's patriarch. They were only loyal to the Panwu Immortal sect and their home. To them, the Panwu Immortal sect was their home. Many of them had joined the Panwu Immortal sect when they were still young, so they had deep feelings for everything here. Even though the Panwu Immortal sect's patriarch was dead, they were still unwilling to abandon the Panwu Immortal sect. Kill! Elder Black Ice's eyes were filled with sorrow. He looked at the people from the other forces, who were charging toward him with hatred in his eyes. These Ents. In the past, they kneeled before the Panwu Immortal sect like pigs and dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Who would have thought that they would divide the Panwu Immortal sect like venomous snakes today? They even joined forces to kill the remaining Panwu Immortal sect disciples. Boom! Right at that moment, 3 strands of fierce killing intent suddenly shot over from the dense mass of people in the distance, and they were unfathomable like bolts of lightning. Third Elder, watch out! A Panwu Immortal sect, late divine, transformation stage expert roared. Elder Black Ice's hair stood on end. He infused all of his true origin into the long sword in his hand and swept it toward the 3 people. The 3 people were all at the peak divine transformation stage. They had been hiding in the crowd for a long time, waiting for Elder Black Ice to reach the end of his rope. Bang! 3 terrifying attacks landed heavily on Elder Black Ice's body. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood before his body was sent flying and smashed against the door of the Panwu hall. The disciples of the Panwu celestial sect surrounded him to protect him. After Elder Black Ice stood up with difficulty, he looked coldly at the 3 people who attacked earlier. Wu Mingzi, it's you guys! The leader of the trio was an old man with a sinister expression. He looked at Old Man Black Ice with a faint smile. Old Man Black Ice, even your Panwu celestial sect's patriarch has fallen. Why are you still struggling? You should learn from most of the people in your Panwu celestial sect and submit to us as soon as possible. Then, you might be able to keep your worthless life. At this point, his eyes were extremely cold. When the Panwu celestial sect was at its peak, they could only look up to the Panwu celestial sect. Now that the Panwu celestial sect's patriarch was dead, how could they let go of this opportunity to make a comeback? Bastard! Old Man Black Ice smirked coldly. Wu Mingzi, you bunch of scoundrels. Have you forgotten what you'll do to the Panwu immortal sect in the future? Fellow Black Ice, things are different now. Another old man behind Wu Mingzi chuckled. Your Panwu celestial sect has offended Mad Southern. You deserve this outcome. What Mad Southern doesn't know is that this has benefited us. That's right. Wu Mingzi smiled and said, after we devour your Panwu celestial sect, we'll be able to step into the void refinement stage and become one of the 5 great sacred grounds of the Inshu ruins. Cut the crap. Step over my dead body first. The expression in Old Man Black Ice's eyes became colder. He forcefully took a deep breath and took a step forward. Then the long sword in his hand slashed down like a bolt of lightning. The terrifying sword intent directly cut through the void. Wherever it passed, many people who attacked the Panwu celestial sect were killed on the spot. Stubborn. Seeing this, Wu Mingzi's sinister eyes immediately surged with strong killing intent. He took the lead and attacked first. Today, I'll wash the Panwu celestial sect with blood. Kill. The remaining 2 great perfection stage soul formation cultivators were unwilling to fall behind. The 3 of them joined forces. Surging true essence surged through heaven and earth, transforming into numerous divine abilities and spells that landed on Wu Mingzi. Under that power, many people were killed. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long sword in Old Man Black Ice's hand shattered into countless pieces on the spot. Then, his body smashed heavily onto the ground. If one took a closer look, they would notice that both of his arms had been forcefully torn off. At this moment, shocking blood was flowing out. Third Elder. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many Panwu celestial sect disciples were filled with rage. Their voices were mixed with sorrow and despair. Old Man Black Ice, why do you have to do this? Wu Mingzi and the other 2 landed in the void and smiled coldly. If you were still at your peak, the 3 of us would still be afraid of you. Unfortunately, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. It's over! After saying that, Wu Mingzi smiled sinisterly and suddenly raised his right hand. Then a huge finger shot out from his hand and whistled towards Old Man Black Ice like a terrifying mountain. Heaven, destroy my Panwu celestial sect. Old Man Black Ice's meridians were all severed. He could only watch as the terrifying attack approached quickly. His old face was filled with despair. Heavens! What did my Panwu celestial sect do wrong? Even though the sect master is wrong, what about the disciples of my Panwu celestial sect? Tears of blood rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Swish! Just as Wu Mingzi's terrifying finger was about to land on Old Man Black Ice and the remaining hundreds of Panwu celestial sect disciples, it suddenly stopped abruptly and stopped moving in the void. It was as if space itself had been frozen. This sudden scene stunned Old Man Black Ice, and the Panwu celestial sect disciples who were already in despair thought that they were hallucinating. What's going on? Wu Mingzi and the other 2's expressions changed slightly. Before they could think too much about it, a calm voice suddenly resounded in the silent void. How dare you take my peaches? How dare you? As the voice fell in front of everyone's eyes, a thin man in green clothes slowly appeared in the void. When he turned around, his calm gaze landed on Wu Mingzi and the other two. Wu Mingzi and the other two froze as if they had been immobilized. Then, shock appeared on their faces. Mad Southern Yi! End of this chapter. Chapter 1580. In the ruined Panwu immortal sect. Looking at the green-clothed young man who suddenly appeared, the world fell silent. Mad Southern Yi? Wu Mingzi was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but take a few steps back. His expression was extremely shocked. Along with his words, waves of shock rose in the minds of everyone in this region. Mad Southern Yi. They were all too familiar with these three words. This person had killed God's sons, killed Void Refinement Almighty, and caused the 5 sacred grounds to suffer heavy losses. He had even obtained the treasure of the desolate God's tomb, and there were suspected to be 2 Void Refinement old monsters behind him. It could be said that those 3 words were extremely popular in Yin Su. After recognizing Yi Qin, the Panwu immortal sect elder, Old Man Black Ice, who was already in despair, became even more bitter. To him, Yi Chen was definitely here to settle the score. So it's fellow Yi. Under such a strange atmosphere, Wu Mingzi's eyes flickered a few times. He then clasped his fists at Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Since fellow Yi is here, we won't stay any longer. We'll leave now. With that, he turned around abruptly and gave the other 2 a look before leaving with his men. They were initially envious of the Panwu immortal sect, but they did not expect Yi Chen to show up personally. Since that was the case, the only way was to leave. Damn it! Wu Mingzi was extremely unlucky. This malefic has no intention of letting the Panwu immortal sect go. If I had known this would happen, why would I have come here? I might even have helped him. In this attack on the Panwu immortal sect, he had also lost many disciples. Right at this moment, a calm voice came from behind him. "Did I ask you to leave?" The moment that was said, Wu Mingzi and the other 2 stopped in their tracks. Wu Mingzi's body stiffened slightly. He then turned around to look at Yi Chen's cold gaze and said coldly, "Fellow Yi, we relied on your reputation. At the same time, we felt deeply about the Panwu immortal sect's shamelessness. That's why we helped you get rid of this great threat." He spoke in an extremely dignified manner. At the same time, the 2 people beside him nodded repeatedly. If the Panwu immortal sect dares to offend fellow Yi, it's equivalent to becoming our enemy. Yi Chen said with a faint smile, "Really?" "Of course." Wu Mingzi panicked, but he still braced himself and said, "Fellow Taoisti, everything we said is true. I hope you won't misunderstand." "Humph!" Yi Chen suddenly scoffed and shouted, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old?" Boom! His words were like thunder. As soon as they left his mouth, they stirred up an endless storm in the world, causing countless people like Wu Mingzi to die on the spot. "Run! Run!" Wu Mingzi shuddered, subconsciously. Then he stopped hesitating and used all his strength to escape into the distance. When they saw this, the remaining 2 people didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, and they circulated their true essence successively before dashing swiftly towards the opposite direction. "Run!" Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He extended his hand and spread his fingers. It seemed to have turned into 5 majestic mountain ridges. They extended 25 kilometers and covered the 3 of them. "Spare me, Mad Southern Yi, spare!" When had Wu Mingzi and the other 2 ever seen such supernatural power? They were so frightened that all the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Their souls almost flew out of their bodies as they begged for mercy. Boom! As Yi Chen's hand slammed down, more than 10 mountain ranges on the ground shattered into dust. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds. When the hand dissipated, only 3 bloody figures were left on the ground. The 3 perfected God transformation stage cultivators had disappeared from this world. Countless people were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. It was the first time they had seen such a technique in their lives. Was he still human? With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to destroy the world. Everyone was extremely terrified. Even the elder of the Panwu immortal sect, Old Man Black Ice, was trembling. He looked at Yi Chan with fear in his eyes. The heavenly venerate of Taichu and the rest died in his hands. The Panwu immortal sect died in Qianqiu Wuhan's hands. Therefore, to him, the rumors about Yi Chan were not absurd, but there were always some discrepancies. However, after witnessing the scene earlier, he no longer had any doubts. There was only deep shock. Get lost. Yi Chan glanced at the cultivators who followed Wu Mingzi and spoke suddenly. His voice was loud like a bell. Whoosh! As his voice fell, there were countless whooshing sounds in the world. Countless figures rushed in all directions, wishing their parents had given them another leg to walk on. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the world returned to its empty state. Only the Panwu immortal sect's dilapidated gate showed that the scene earlier was not an illusion. You're still too kind. The Patriarch of Hell appeared quietly and shook his head while looking at Yi Chan. With his personality, the 1,000 people earlier would definitely follow in the footsteps of Wu Mingzi and the rest. Yi Chan smiled and said nothing. Instead, he turned around and glanced at Old Man Black Ice and the rest. Then he walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. Protect the third elder, someone shouted. The hundreds of Panwu immortal sect disciples who were afraid of Yi Chan rushed forward immediately. They protected Old Man Black Ice behind them while looking at Yi Chan in fear. There was determination and fear in their eyes. Killing intent flashed in the Patriarch of Hell's eyes when he saw that. Just as he was about to attack, he heard Elder Black Ice, who was protected behind him, suddenly say, "Gong Jian, let them come!" The man called Gong Jian's expression changed slightly, but he still waved his hand and gestured for everyone to disperse. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, Old Man Black Ice stood up slowly and walked toward Yi Chan with a dispirited aura. Plop! He suddenly knelt down heavily and begged, "Fellow Yi, I'm willing to kill myself. I wonder if you can spare the remaining members of the Panwu immortal sect." He knew very well that even if he was at his peak, he could not compare to a single strand of Yi Chen's hair, let alone now that he was at the end of his tether. Yi Chen suddenly laughed when he met his pleading gaze. "When did I say I'm going to destroy your Panwu immortal sect?" Old Man Black Ice was stunned at first. Then disbelief surged on his old face. What did you say?" He was not the only one. Even the many Panwu immortal sect disciples were in disbelief. "Anyone who offended me in your Panwu immortal sect is dead." Yi Chan looked at him calmly. "As for you guys, you have no enmity with me. Why would I kill you? Of course, if you want to avenge the Patriarch of Panwu and the rest, you can try." I wouldn't dare. Old Man Black Ice immediately cried tears of joy. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Thank you, fellow Yi, thank you." End of this chapter.